G'day folks, it's the Meeple Monkey here again with another live stream for you, and this time I'm here with a bunch of special guests because we're here to celebrate the 500 subscribers on the Meeple Monkey channel, and I thought it'd be great to sort of invite a lot of friends of the channel along as well. So with us today we have Diversion Architect, or Dave, who's a homebrew extraordinaire, and yeah, very good friend of the channel, very good friend, and yeah, does a lot of great stuff for the Marvel United community in particular, and top bloke. We have Andrew Fantasia, the most positive Marvel United spruiker out there. You know, he's just got such a passion for the game, but also just a top bloke and a very talented author as well. So you should definitely check out his gear and that sort of stuff as well. And he's got a great. I think you've got two channels, sort of, don't you? You've got your own channel and Digital Charcuterie. You sort of work on that one as well,
right?
Yeah, probably the most passionate Marvel United United fan out there. And we have Nelly as well, who is like a homebrew. I call him a homebrew savant because he's like every single homebrew you could possibly imagine he's working on, and they're all gold. Like, I've not come across one that's been a dud yet. They're all just like absolute fire every time. Top bloke, really helpful in the community as well, like, you know, jumping in, giving people advice and giving his time for feedback and all that sort of stuff as well. So really cool guy, and you should definitely check out all of his all of it. Check out all of his stuff. You'll never get through it all, but yeah, so fantastic. So, and we've got some folks in the chat. Hey to Norlith, and hey to Dave as well. he's in two places at once, sort of thing. So, hi Norlith, how you going? Talking about talented homebrewers as well. Norlith's got a lot of things going. I think Norlith's probably close behind Nelly in terms of like the number of different IPs and stuff he's working on there as well. Lots of stuff, Red Dragon in, and Mortal Kombat, and Marvel vs. Capcom, and not Castlevania, that's yours, but what's that other vampire one with the I'm forgetting now. There's Norlith will tell us.
Alucard's in it.
It's got
some anime.
Dracula guys. Yeah, some sort of an anime. So, but not Castlevania, the other one. So, yes, very talented as well. So
Helsing.
Definitely check out Norlith stuff. Yeah, Helsing. That's right. Yep. Excellent. So just wanted to basically at the beginning of the live stream just give out a big thanks to everyone. Thank you so much to all the folks out there, and anyone who stopped by, watched a video for more than 5 seconds, even if it was only 5 seconds. Thank you for giving us the view. Thanks to all the folks that hit the subscribe button, and ever since the days of the old unboxings and that sort of thing, to the very first sort of attempts to do gameplay videos and stuff, and then we've just gone down this Marvel United rabbit hole. So hopefully people have enjoyed the ride. I hope people have enjoyed those last few videos that I've done with the like a top 5 sort of thing, but like a kind of like showing off the collection and that sort of thing as well. So hopefully they've been a bit of fun, so thank you to all those folks for just supporting the channel and being here, and making comments on different videos, or coming into the live streams and having a chat and that sort of thing, and making things more fun. And big thanks to these guys, to all the folks in the Marvel United community. You guys in particular, who've sort of supported me and inspired me to keep going, and given me great feedback and that sort of thing as well. I wanted to also thank Rob and Mel at Rob's Gaming Table, who sort of like were, I guess, like the first streamers that I sort of watched in board gaming, and they were really friendly people, and they and Derek from Kanji Studios really inspired me to sort of dabble in this sort of world of making content a little bit more sort of like frequently and that sort of thing. Before that, I was just kind of doing unboxings and that sort of thing as well. So yeah, thank you to everyone. Thanks to all the supporters out there. So Helsing Ultimate, there you go. Too many Draculas. Oh well, that's another one that's missing in Marvel United, isn't it? We need the actual Dracula as well.
Right.
So he's a character.
And too many Draculas would be a great game unto itself.
Well, yes, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Spoilers. thank you, everyone. And basically, just say we're here just tonight, wherever you are. We're just here to have a bit of a chat, and we do have a competition going. So I put up a little while ago a picture of a jar of tokens, full of tokens. You can see here it's a real thing. It's not just a fake photo. There's actual tokens in there, sort of thing. And I put up a Google form as well because I've got a few prizes to celebrate this 500 subscribers, such a massive amount of subscribers. But hey, it's pretty good for me, right? I'm happy with that. So I've got a bunch of prizes. So I've put a couple of questions. One of the questions is just so I can put your entries into like a spin the wheel thing. So we'll be giving away a free copy of brand new in shrink, you can see here, of Spider-Geddon, which seems to be very available here in Australia. I think there's some issues in Europe or the UK or whatever, but there seems to be a lot here. So hopefully, if folks are having trouble getting their hands on that, you've got a chance to win. And actually, Andrew, with that one, I think my question was something about like what storyline would you like to see adapted or something for United, down the track, sort of thing. Because you made a comment in your video a while ago on, I think it was one of the DC ones, and you talked about the different storylines that you were expecting or something like that. I think it was maybe in your personal wish list, and it made me think back to that video that Dave and yourself were with me with, and on your channel, where we were talking about our favorite characters, and a lot of it was like I was thinking about filling teams and this and that, and I forgot all about the fact that Marvel United Season 3 was actually very much based around storylines. Those boxes weren't really themed around teams, but storylines.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I should have been thinking about what storyline would I like to fill out rather than teams and stuff. So I thought, oh, that's an interesting question for folks. So that's why that question's there. So you can win yourself a copy of this. And another prize is if you would like some assistance getting a homebrew idea off the ground, if you're not really very confident using Photoshop or InDesign, or if you've got an idea but you're not sure how to sort of really sort of stretch it out, or there's a character that you really like to see, but you don't really know which direction to go in with it. I'm happy to help out with that sort of thing. So one of the prizes is you can win some assistance with that, whether it's just having a chat about it or whether you need some help actually sort of putting it together in one of those template programs or whatever it might be. And if I run into any brick walls with it, I'll certainly be asking these folks for some assistance as well. But that's another prize. And then the major prize with that, guessing, you've got to guess the number of tokens in here without going over. So the closest without going over can win a brand new shrink copy of Zombicide Darkside, which I think is a standalone version of Invader, sort of like a bit like how they had Hero, the X-Men version of Marvel Zombies. It was like a kind of an expansion, but it's its own sort of thing. I think it's basically full of big space marine-y dudes in power suits and stuff rather than well, not power suits, but the soldiery ones rather than civilians and stuff. So I've got a brand new copy of that. The reason I've got a brand new copy of that to give away has been sitting on my shelf for a couple of years now because I accidentally ordered two copies. I ordered one, and then the company, I thought I'd been ripped off, that just never showed up. There was no correspondence from anyone. I was like, oh, whatever. And then I went and bought another one, and then it showed up. As soon as I ordered the other one, it showed up. So I was like, great, now I've got two. So but I thought, you know what? One of these days I might be able to give that away as a prize. So today is that day. So there you go. So my ineptitude at ordering stuff is your gain. So there we go. Well, that's enough of me rabbiting on for now, because I thought what we could do is go around the square and let these fine folks just tell you about any projects they've got going on, because there's some very exciting things I know that these guys are working on and stuff, and I would like them to get a chance to share whatever they're willing to share and that sort of thing. So Dave, we can start with you if you like. We'll go clockwise around the square, and feel free to mention that one project that I think I was joking about when I said, oh, don't release that thing until I'm finished my G.I. Joe thing, and then I was like, oh no, I think he's taking it seriously. But yeah, so feel free to announce whatever you want to announce.
I have enough irons in the fire that it's okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. Some stuff. So let's see. So the two things I posted about are one is the Hexploration, kind of exploring the other world of the Excalibur, Captain Britain kind of setting in Marvel United. That's it's been fun. It's like half done because I haven't built all the encounter cards yet. But as we started talking about it and playing it, Dan points out, it's like, this isn't really a dungeon crawl. And I'm like, you're right. It's not really a dungeon crawl. I started working on a real dungeon crawl. Kind of exploration. But I think it's coming along. I'm pretty excited for that. We'll get some testing of that pretty soon. What else?
Too many projects.
That's got to be a lot of work.
It's pretty wild. I'm excited. So the theme I want to do for it is the mutant massacre. So we'll have all the Morlocks as things that can show up and all the Marauders. One of the things that's fun, because I never read that story, but like I'm kind of going back through and like trying to get through like learning all this stuff properly by going through reading it. Yeah, I didn't realize that the Marauders were a thing that Mr. Sinister sent out, and then some of them died. And then a few issues later, they show up again because it's Sinister. He clones people, right? So he clones all the Marauders. So I think that's going to be fun because it's like, oh, if you kill this guy, well, they're probably going to come back again because they're the Marauders and there's clones of them. Yeah, so that'll be fun.
Awesome.
And let me think. Do I have other project? So my other one that I haven't shared yet, but I think I want to kind of release it along with Dan's stuff as he's going with his thing. Is a Transformers project, and that's mostly because I found this company Blockies that has these cute little figures that you kind of build together. And they're just in robot mode. They don't like transform or anything, but they're like bigger than Marvel United, but like, you know, kind of in scale because Transformers are big, right?
That's good. Makes sense.
So I've been working on this in the Discord, and then then Beast Boy gets teased, and I'm like, oh man, that's kind of my idea, but that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah. Well, actually, when you said Beast Boy, when Beast Boy showed up on that stream too, my immediate thought was like, oh man, they've stolen Nelly's idea for Star and Stripe, you know, where she's got like all these different abilities, and you can choose each turn like what ability she uses and stuff like that. But Nelly's done it in a slightly different way. But I thought, oh man, I was like, they've ripped him off. But yeah. Although we do know that Andrea purposely does not look at. He said that he purposely doesn't look at homebrew stuff because he doesn't want to get any, worried about other ideas getting stuck in his head and stuff like that, and accidentally copying people and stuff. Yeah. But that's cool. Yeah, lots of great things there. And what's amazing, Dave, is like you're like, oh yeah, I've got this idea for this Hexplority sort of version of Marvel United, and then like 10 minutes later he's like, here's all this stuff I've made for it, and it's like it's all like it's the same with the dungeon crawl. It's like, here's all these map layouts, and it was like, whoa, how'd you get that done so quickly? So yeah, it's pretty good. Awesome. And how about yourself, Andrew? What sort of projects or irons in the fire have you got going, whether with your channels or any other homebrew ideas you've got or anything like that, or like plans for the DC campaign, what you'd like to do?
For the DC campaign, I do have like some things sort of lined up where I'm just planning on getting as much coverage out of it as I possibly can, since it's going to be happening throughout the summer. I work summer camps and they're very long and intensive, so the coverage is I'm not gonna be able to be there as often as I'd like. But my plan is to just cover as much of the campaign as possible, just like with Multiverse, because it just ended up being so much fun to do that. To just kind of be on top of all the updates with the community and all that. And then outside of the YouTube and United world, I'm plugging away at writing. I have my fantasy novel series that they're getting heavier by the day that I write. They're called We Were Wizards. I am plugging away on the next couple books of these. Somebody just died, in fact.
Oh,
so
okay.
I got to a big death scene, and it was very, very cool and bittersweet to get to it, because I'm like, I knew this person was going to die for a while, and now I actually have to put it on the page, and it's like, ooh. But it was a lot of fun to get to that milestone. So
Cool. And I want to give a little plug to your other book as well, the Side Scroller as well. That's another great one to check out too.
Thank you.
Yeah, excellent. But that's interesting. So you're writing a couple at the same time, did you say? Like,
yeah, because the purple one and the gray one are set in different time periods. So I'm writing the sequel to each one.
Oh, okay.
So,
that's interesting. Okay.
So like if somebody in the purple one breaks a column, in the gray one, that column is broken. So I want to make sure that it matches up right.
Yeah. Did you do a similar thing with those two then? Did you, like, the fact that you've got those two out at the moment, does that mean you were kind of like working concurrently a little bit with them as well?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Interesting. Okay. That's, very cool. Excellent. And how about Nelly? How you got about 100,000 different things going on.
Yeah, what am I not working on? So, I mean, I guess just a quick rap sheet is Castlevania, My Hero, Naruto, Overwatch, Pathfinder, Sentinels of the Multiverse. In terms of like big things that I'm working on, one that I've already kind of shared with you people, and one that I don't even know if I'm supposed to talk about, but I'm going to mention it anyway. So the one that I know I could talk about because it's 100% me is I've been building all of the Class 1A students for My Hero Academia. I'm at the point where, as of yesterday, there's only 2 left out of that class of 20. And that's a big deal for me because there's 2 things that I wanted to do with Class 1A, but I didn't want to do until I was finished. I wanted a big battle mode where you can basically face anyone. Like in the show, they all get put into like groups of 2, and like one group is like the heroes, and one group is like protecting a bomb kind of thing. And I wanted to make that mode, but I didn't want to restrict who I can make it with. So I've been working on a mode. So the dashboard doesn't have any villains on it. There's 2 blank slots for where the villains will be. And then I have like villain cards for every one of the students. So you can pick a combination of 1A students to go up against. And each one kind of like slightly alters the rules. They each have like their own BAM, their own KO effect. It's been a nightmare to balance, but that's part of the fun. The second thing, because this is a special 500 sub thing, so I'll talk about this. And this involves Norlith as well. Cool. Televangelist, who worked on the TMNT expansion, he's been telling people on. The reason I'm pretty sure I can talk about this is because he's been talking about it. So he's wanted to do a Capcom United box.
Yes,
and he's been telling people that he's in the works with that. And he reached out to both me and Norlith, and we've been working on that kind of behind the scenes together.
Oh, nice. Excellent. I was wondering what had happened with that sort of thing.
That's still going on. But that's been something that we have like our own Discord channel that we've been kind of like throwing ideas back and forth with. Nora kind of like been drafting up some like template card designs for each of us to kind of talk with. I'm excited for a lot of like the concepts that we've come up with, and then if it actually makes it all the way into like print, like the TMNT box, it'd be kind of like a real cool thing because it's like something physical that like I had like direct input on, sort of thing.
That's
beyond
cool.
the stuff that I've made, because I just make stuff to make stuff. It's not getting printed except for people that print it themselves. So like seeing it to the scale of TMNT is kind of cool.
Awesome. That was a cool project, that TMNT one too, wasn't it?
I
think Divided Sky, Lukey 19. I think Televangelist was involved in that too, and what's his name? Nico Moose, really great artist, came in and sort of helped out with the second season, didn't you? With those as well. So awesome. That's very cool, exciting. I noticed Big Head Chibis as well have started making a few more of the Capcom-y sort of characters. I think Norlith did Strider Hiryu. I don't know what his name is. he's like a ninja guy sort of thing, and they just did a model of that, and I was like, oh yeah, cool, that's Norlis character, he's done that. So like, yeah, if we can get more of those represented in models and stuff, that'd be cool too. So yeah, excellent. Well, that's good. I was showing off before too, Nelly. This is like, so to give people an idea of how much stuff he's. And this is just, so this is all of his, and not actually all of them. I think I'm missing one or two. My Hero Academia characters only amongst that's just one that's one IP's worth of heroes, and then I've got I had to buy a second box of this game. My Hero, was it Academia Plus Ultra, the board game, just so I could get the box. And this is actually got a few other things, but it's, as you can see, it's building up. He's got all these villains, and there's villains here without dividers yet and stuff like that. And that what's that other mode you did? The entrance exam mode and stuff as well. So yeah, it's like, so I've got two boxes just of the My Hero stuff. That's why I'm like, do I get into his Naruto stuff? How many boxes do I have to store that into? So,
as of last month, it's been 87 heroes, 40 villains, 2 challenges, 124 locations.
Wow.
It's a lot. Yeah. So yeah, very cool. That's so awesome, guys. That's some great stuff there. So yeah, definitely check out the Marvel United wiki for all the homebrew section stuff. Check out, definitely get, if you're interested in this sort of stuff, definitely jump into the Discord. It's a great community there. And I don't know if I gave them a big enough rap when I was thanking everyone, but I just wanted to thank the Marvel United community in general, just for being a really nice, awesome, sort of positive community, and whether it's in the Discord or the Facebook. Yeah, so fantastic. We'll even invite the DC folks in as well. So, but yeah, it's very cool. So, all right. Well, I think we were going to. I'm going to try and hold off on prizes to the end. So if you're watching this and you were like, "What? There's prizes?" If you jump into the comments of this, or not the comments, the description of this video, and there should be a link. And also my previous few videos and stuff had, I think, links as well, so you can go in and enter that comp as well. So I'll give people a chance to sort of to do that. So we'll save them to the end. So I thought the next thing we can do, I've asked the guys to bring along, just to give people a sense of like what people are working on. Actually, Raph's here too. Hey, Raph. Show. Oh, I'm going to try this. Let me have a look. Right. Hey, it's Raph.
There we go.
Hi, Raph. Hey,
Hi, Raph.
Hey, Raph. Now, Raph is also a very talented homebrewer, and I just wanted to show off. You can see, I don't know, I've got these like 2 cabinets worth of things over here. These are just full of all these characters that Raph has designed for One Piece United, and he also is able to sort of access the little model, so you can go to I think it's One Piece Direct. Hey, Raph, feel free to share the name of that site, Raph. I'll pop up on the screen, One Piece Models Direct or something like that, and you can get the little models there. But I wanted to show off something as well. Hold on one sec, guys.
Ooh, I'm excited. What is this? Ooh, that looks like a wooden box.
All right, let's check this out. I went in to buy some sleeves, and I saw this really cool box. It's like a Katana game sleeves or something box, but I thought that looks like a really cool storage box sort of thing, and I'm using it for One Piece United. So this is all of Raph's stuff in here, and goodness, I don't know if I'm going to be able to show this off, but
wow.
Yeah, so he's got all of these. So you got all these heroes and villains. So there's tons of them. Just like the My Hero stuff, right? And he's working on some new stuff at the moment. I think Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, or one of the, well, we won't get into spoilers, but yeah, one of the 4 emperors. And yeah, so lots of good stuff there. The only problem is this. I was like, yes, this box is excellent. It's really cool. It's like in theme with like the Wano arc of One Piece and stuff. And then as I'm as I'm filling it up, I'm putting all the cards in. I'm like, oh no, if Raph like releases like 2 more characters, I'm screwed. This thing is good. I don't have any more room for it. So it's like I'm gonna have to buy a second one or something, but I don't know. So but yeah, don't slow down though, Raph. Don't slow down on my account. I'll make another storage solution work. It's all good. But it's a nice one for the moment. So yeah, very cool. Yes. Yeah. 10 definitely equals. Oh no, I've selected the wrong which. There we go. 10, yeah, is Japan sort of in One Piece basically. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm definitely that actually was true. I'm definitely going to need a bigger box. Yeah. So where were we? That's right. We were going to talk about our top 5 games. I think I asked you guys to sort of come up with a list. However, I didn't want it to be too stringent or too difficult a list sort of thing. So if you guys have got like honorable mentions you want to mention or anything like that, let us know sort of thing. So so maybe we'll start with Dave. Did you want to give any honorable mentions before we launch into the top 5? And are they part of your slideshow?
they're part of the slides, yeah.
All right.
So
cool.
I kind of sort of categorize things. So yeah, they'll just be part of that.
Nice. Awesome. So yeah, but so to be clear, what we're doing, we're talking about just our just to give everyone a sense of like our board gaming or gaming sort of backgrounds and that sort of thing. Like, what are we into, sort of thing. So, what are our general top 5 games? Now, I don't know if I made this clear, but sort of excluding Marvel United, because I'm assuming Marvel United is up there pretty close, sort of thing, with a lot of folks and stuff. And the other
Is
thing
that a
I
game?
thought, yeah. The other thing I thought I'd do if I could find it is because that was a question I asked in the Google form as well. So I'll bring that up here on my phone. So I thought I'd just let you know if you've got any crossovers with like the general community. Because what was amazing with this was that there was very few crossovers within the people that entered. There wasn't a lot of crossover with games. Like they were all very different lists, sort of thing, which I was impressed with. Lots of them did have Marvel United up there, although. Yeah, that's right. It better be, yeah. And that was in response to Norlith's "It's a Way of Life." Yeah, that I think it was one person that did not list Marvel United in their top 5. So there you go. So, but hey, it doesn't have to be. It's a good fun game, but people like all different things. So. Yes, so let me see now, Dave. So do you need me to? I'll bring up this. Now I'm just worried that some of us might disappear off the screen, but if that happens, apologies. But, I'm going to add the slideshow to the screen, and we'll see what happens here. All right. So, all right. So now that's
we're all here.
number 5. So, we've got the honorable mentions already in here. I got it. Okay. Yep. Excellent. Yeah. Okay. So, what are we looking at here, Dave? What are our honorable mentions?
Well, so my number 5 top game, and this is kind of a bit of a weird order, but basically, this is like a very incredibly approachable game. Ink and Gold is like really easy to get into. It's binary decision. You're either going to keep going or you're cutting out and running. I do a variant of this, so I don't actually play by the rules, but that's because the person who taught me the game taught me wrong, and their version was way better than when I read the rules. So I'm just gonna play.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So yeah, so it's a push your luck game, and basically there's a deck that is half traps and half money. And so as you're moving into each card, you pile money on the cards. And by the official rules, you're supposed to split that money up, and then at the end, if you escaped, you then keep that money. But we just leave it on the thing. And then basically whenever someone decides to say, I'm going to leave. And so the way you do this is the way we do it is you take your meeple in your hand and you shake it 1, 2, 3, go. And on go, you either let it go or you hold it. And if you hold it, that means you're staying in the temple. And if you let it go, that means you're running. And if you're the only one to run, you take all the money that's on the thing on your way out. But if multiple people run, they all split it, right? So if there's 17 in the pot, that's great if you're the only one running. But if there's like 4 other people leaving with you, maybe it's not so great. And anything that's like an odd remainder stays in. But half the deck is traps, and so whenever you reveal a trap, if it's the second trap card of that type, and there's 3 of each trap. So it's like, so you can see in this little example here, they ended the run because 2 rocks got hit. So anybody that was still in the temple doesn't get anything. But yeah, that's a fantastic game. And the push your luck element, it's so fast, so easy to play. My honorable mention is High Society, which is a really great game too. It doesn't play as many; it plays up to 5. It's 3 to 5. It's a pretty tight fit, but yeah, that's also a great game too. But doesn't beat out Ink and Gold. Fantastic game. So that's my number 5.
Awesome. That's very cool. So now I'm getting the. I understand your operation here. So basically, for each of your numbers, you're going to have like some honorable mentions that are similar to the game that you're choosing, right? Sort of thing.
Yeah.
Is that yes? Okay, cool, cool. And so you've categorized them too. That's an interesting way of doing it too. Okay, cool. I was going to say when you said you play with different rules, that reminds me of the first time we played the original Terraforming Mars, the biggest sort of board game version of it. I got the rules wrong when explaining it to a friend, and something to do with like I think in that game you can play 2 rounds before you have to do an income turn or something like that, or like you could do two things or something before like ending your round, sort of thing. And we played I sort of forgot that you could do 2 things, so I think we just played, so we always passed after like we basically just did 1 action, sort of a round sort of thing, one turn around, and so it meant we were getting the income like twice as much as you normally would, sort of thing. So by the end of it, we were just generating so much money. We were like, it's got like the 1s, the 5s, and the 10s, and then like we were running out of like. We needed to find other cubes to represent like hundreds and things like this, because like we just had so much money we were generating, and like we didn't at first. We thought, oh, this is like just thematic, because like maybe it's supposed to be like this because you're all like mega space corporations with like bajillions of dollars for funding terraforming and stuff. So maybe you're supposed to have all this money by the end of it. But we were like, they should give you more actual physical resources in the game though, if you're gonna be running out, sort of thing. But it's because we were completely playing it wrong, and like just having income turns like twice as rapidly, sort of thing. So
my other getting the rules wrong thing was, so I'm usually the one who reads the rules. That's usually when we get a game for the group, I'm the one who reads the rules and I explain the rules. Well, when we got Pandemic, I didn't read the rule book, and I was taught that you had to eradicate all the diseases. And we played probably like 15 to 20 times and lost every time on the easiest difficulty. And I was like, we're doing something wrong here. And I looked it up in the rule book, and I've never enjoyed Pandemic as much as I did back then. It was impossible and amazing, and I loved it. And I haven't been able to recapture that, which is a bummer. But yeah, we like never won. It was glorious. We were like sweating at the end of every game.
Sometimes mistakes are where the gold comes from.
Yeah, that's why you guys enjoy like taking all the double wilds out of.
Yeah,
got to play it on hard mode.
I played United wrong for like the first 4 months. It's fine.
I'm probably still playing it wrong.
Well, I thought when you played a card that you just got tokens for whatever was at the bottom.
Oh,
okay.
So anytime you had like unused actions, it wasn't until I was making somebody, which when I first started making homebrew characters, I was playing the game wrong.
Yeah.
But I was looking at Strong Guy for reference. I saw that like whenever he plays a card, or he has like a special effect where he ignores damage, but when he ignores damage, he gets a punch token. However, if he ever has like 3 punch tokens, he loses them all. And I was like, this is impossible, because you'd play the card, you get the token, and then And then, so like I ended up like spamming everybody in the Discord chat. I'm like, how does strong guy work? And everyone was like, we don't actually get tokens. Like, oh.
So good, so good. But hey, look, it's all a journey, right? We got there in the end. Well, that's good. All right. So what I'll do, I'll get rid of ink and gold for now. Let me see if I can get rid of it. Okay. And then when we go up there, I'll just do the slidey thing, bring it back up and put it on number 4 sort of thing. So that means I think we are up to Andrew, your number 5, I think.
Number 5.
Unless you
right.
unless you've got any honorable mentions you want to mention first or anything like that.
I don't have any honorable mentions. I guess I'll just before I say the number 5, I'll just kind of very quickly say my criteria, which was for me the 2 biggest factors are, am I going to get my money's worth? And can I play it solo? Because I love having friends over to play, but man, does that get hard, especially because a lot of them have children, and it's just like, it's not in the cards like it used to be in our 20s. So if I can get my money's worth out of a game and play it whenever I want by myself, then boom, sold. And growing up as an only child in like a house full of very old people, I learned how to play almost any board game solo anyway. So I became like, I could play Clue solo if I wanted to. It's not fun, but I figured out a way how. So that was sort of how I judged what my favorite board games would be. And I think like with any top list, if you ask me tomorrow, it could be, all these games could be in different slots, right? It's just kind of how I feel today, because they're all 5 of these games are just like neck and neck for me, pretty much.
Yeah. Can I just sorry, just before you go on, Andrew? There's someone, Noel, is asking to have a link or something like that. I think maybe referring to the competition. So the link should be in the description of the video below, sort of thing. So if you're looking to enter that comp, that should be in this video, or even in some of my previous videos, that link to the Google form should be there. So hopefully that answers that question. Awesome. Is that right, guys? Like, did you guys see? I don't know if you guys are able to see in the description or anything, or if anyone in the comments is like, the link should be there, right? Hopefully
it should be in the description where you've set it up.
Yeah. All right, cool.
All right. So my number no problem. Right. I got them kind of stacked over here. My number 5 is it's a developer we all know and love. That's for sure. Oh, it's heavier than I thought it was going to be. And that would be Arcadia Quest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is the first game that I ever backed on any kind of Kickstarter or anything like that. For a long time, I didn't even know that was a thing people could do. And then I discovered Kickstarter. I'm like, oh my God, that's a thing. And I saw this and I just instantly fell in love with the design of it. I mean, the chibi style, right? We're all familiar with. It's a dungeon crawler, but it does it in just a very tongue-in-cheek way. You create a party of 3 characters and you just work your way through a relatively small dungeon and just complete goals and fight monsters and what have you. And it took a cool approach to dungeon crawling that I don't think I've ever seen before. And I really like how well they managed to expand just the game and give you so many more characters. It's important, I think, for a game to have, if it's going to have a lot of expansions, it's important that they can be the kind of expansions that you can always use. And Arcadia Quest, you can definitely use them. There's a lot of great stuff in there. I haven't even touched everything in it yet.
Yeah, oh, that's good. That's some good points about making sure that you you can use all the stuff, like if you got the expansions and like even back to your initial criteria about you got to be able to solo it these days, I think more and more that's sort of affecting my choices and that sort of thing as well. So that's a good one. Now hold on, so Noel's still saying I don't know that I can. Let me see if. Hold on. Might be able. Let me just check here. See if it's. Because I'm not sure that while I'm in this particular mode, I can send that thing. But I'll check my YouTube page and see if I can see this video live. Well, here we go.
Oh yeah, the Google
see
form is right there in the description.
form.
I can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I can see it there too. Yep. Okay.
It's there in
All
the
right.
description,
All
my
good.
friend.
Yeah, should be there.
Yeah.
My wife and daughter are going off to take the cats to the vet, so they're bye guys. See you later. So yeah, sorry, Noel. It's it should be there. Awesome. So I like that too. It's like the grandfather of Chibi game sort of thing as well. It's like you could definitely see the Marvel United pedigree.
Yeah, totally.
Which is cool. All right, so I think that means we're up to. Oh, and hold on. Actually, let me double check here. I'll just double check in our in my high tech checking my phone way. I don't think there's any crossover there with the audience in terms of those. Oh, hold on. We've got and Pogo. Oh, good. So someone Pogo Co-op has or Pogo Coop. I don't know if that's which way to say that, but they've also entered as well. So yeah, you can still jump in. You haven't missed out just yet. So no, I don't see those games. Oh no. I thought maybe there was Arcadia Quest, but it's not there. So
yeah,
you're on an island alone.
Yeah.
No, it's good. I think I've played it once back with some mates. Years and years ago, sort of thing. But I never owned it myself. So Nelly, how about yourself? What's your top 5?
So I have, for honorable mention, is actually a fan-made game.
Mm-hmm.
Is the Persona 5 fan-made, literally just called Fan Game, PHAN game. I'm a huge Persona fan, as it's like pretty much everything up here is Persona related. Some of the stuff back here is also Persona related. All of that, like I saw somebody in the Discord talking about it in the other games chat, and just without hesitation, I bought it. Really difficult game, but I really love I love the series. So I just had a lot of fun playing it and seeing all like the different summons as cards. So that one is my honorable mention. In terms of like actual number 5, I'm gonna cheat a little bit because it's not so much a board game, but it is still a game. But
okay.
But Pathfinder, which I've done homebrew for, but Pathfinder as a tabletop game. Tabletop / RPG game. I've been playing that game for at this point like 10 years. And I love the storytelling of it. I love the art from it. I love the world and the characters. So that one, when you messaged me saying like, top 5 games, that was my immediate first thought. I was like, dude, does this count? I'm gonna put it on the list. And worst he can do is say no, and by then it's too late. I've already said it.
Because what was I think it was one of your first like homebrew sort of worlds that you dabbled in, like the Pathfinder one.
Naruto was the first one that I did. And then once I started getting like a little more confident and decided to branch off into more worlds, because like I lose focus if I stay in one thing. Branching off into different worlds lets me look at things from different perspectives and different rule sets and how to convert things. So Pathfinder was like the first one that I did immediately after switching over. Like every class in the game has like an iconic character that they use to represent. So I've been making like all the iconic characters for every class, and it's been a lot of fun to like take the rogue or the cleric or the sorcerer and like turn them into united characters.
And I think you added did you go back and sort of rework them as well after sort of working on some other stuff to add
I did
like almost like a class upgradey sort of, or
not so much an upgrade. It was just because which is weird to think that I've been doing this for over a year now. But like the more that I've made, the better I feel I've gone, and then the cleaner that the designs have come across. So at a certain point, I went back because a lot of like my original Naruto and Pathfinder stuff. Just like visually was kind of clunky, and some of the rules were kind of clunky, and so I just wanted to. I went back and just kind of cleaned them up. If I thought I could explain an ability better, I did that. Not so much upgrade as much as just clean up. Since it was around the time I was putting them on tabletop, and since I was gonna have to put them into the tabletop file, I was like, while I'm here, let me clean up the files.
Yeah. Oh, awesome. Yeah, very cool. But yeah, so because Pathfinder, I think is a game. I think I almost was going to be sort of getting shown into that world sort of thing, because I think some mates picked it up, but we just never ended up, like, we were branched off and played different games and things like that. And didn't do the sort of the role play sort of stuff as much as we had been doing back when they first started getting that. But yeah, definitely seems like a cool sort of like alternative to, like, say, regular D&D sort of thing. And stuff.
Which is more or less how it started. Like, they started writing adventures for D&D, and they kind of branched off into their own thing, and now have evolved to the point where, like, they're on a whole separate license away from D&D.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
So it's been kind of cool to see them grow, and I'm excited for everything about it.
Cool. Awesome. Well, there you go. Well, I probably should do my top 5. And what I'll do is, I had a couple of honorable mentions, because what I've decided to do with my top 5 is to sort of do it in terms of a, if they're my top 5 games, what about if they're like my top 1 games throughout time, like different periods of time where, like, these games have sat as my top 1 for a while, but then I thought, but then I'm not really showing off who I am as a gamer now, sort of thing. But pretty much who I am. It was hard though trying to do that, because I'm like, I pretty much just only play Marvel United at the moment, right? So I'm like, what other games am I playing, sort of thing. But I thought, well, these are some other games that I have been sort of playing recently and have a lot of fun, sort of thing. So these are just my honorable mentions. They're kind of like games I'm playing a lot at the moment. So one is Bullets, and there's different versions of Bullets, like Bullet Heart and Bullet Star and stuff like that. So the actual heart is in the title of the name, but they've decided to do it as a little heart sort of thing. So it's always hard knowing, like, what do I call this? Is it just Bullet? I don't know. But it's a really sort of fun it's like a, not dexterity game, but it's like a real-time game where you're drawing these little things from a bag, and they're sort of coming down the screen. Like, you got like this little sort of screen thing that they sort of come down. You got to fill them up and make patterns out of them, and you can sort of like play different powers to sort of like move the chips around. See if I can take some I'll show you.
Like a bullet hell video game?
Yeah, kind of like, so they have like this sort of a thing, and they come down the thing. So you draw them from the bag, and you have to, so based on the color and the number, you have to put them in that row, and then the number is how many down they go. And I'll see if I can find some of the.
It's like Galaga, the video game, or
the
board game.
Sort of. Yeah. It's like kind of abstracted sort of thing, but so these are the little. Whoa, there we go. These are the little things, I've just put them in little coin holders just to make them last a bit longer. But but you have all these different characters, but all the characters work completely differently. They break the game in all these really interesting ways, and that's the real, like, it's fun, the speed aspect of it and all that sort of stuff, but also just the way every character is very different. It kind of reminds me of Marvel United, in that, how the villains completely change up the game, sort of thing. In this one, like, your actual player characters really change things up, sort of thing. And it's got a pretty cool solo mode as well, but I really enjoy it when I do get a chance to sort of play against some friends and stuff. It's a really fun one for playing with friends and that sort of stuff. The other one that's an honorable mention is probably Terraforming Mars. Speaking of Terraforming Mars, I actually play this one properly. Terraforming Mars, the Ares Expedition one, the card game, kind of like a cross between Terraforming Mars and Race for the Galaxy. And yeah, I just really love it. It just takes all the stuff I loved about the original one, which was the card play and all the combos and stuff, but then makes it super more forgiving because you can just like sell any dud cards really easily for a lot of money, and it's just all the card play and don't have to worry about all the area control stuff on the board and stuff, which as I mentioned in an area control video, I'm not the biggest area control sort of fan, so yeah, it's pretty cool. So but my number 5, if I can remember what it was, so I've decided to go with basically sort of oldest to newest sort of thing, so my excluding Marvel United. So my number 5 is my oldest game I remember being my top one, my number 1 game, and it's one I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about because I've already sort of done a big segment in a previous video on that, and that is the original Warhammer Quest. So yeah, so it for years was like just the epitome of what like a board game was for me, sort of thing. So this is just the book because I don't really have the full game anymore, sort of thing. But man, it was an amazing game. Still kind of like probably my favorite memories in dungeon crawling, at least, sort of thing, if not board gaming. Just so much fun, just so easy, such a simple system, sort of thing. Yeah, Hero Quest. So yeah, very very cool game, just such a classic old school one, sort of thing. So yeah, oh, someone else has joined the chat there. Oh, it's I'll have a look. It's hello Kabuki Kid, how you going?
Hello.
Welcome. And I think a little while ago, I should have mentioned this because I saw they popped up in the competition thing. Pogo Co-op as well. Hello Pogo Co-op. Welcome. So yeah, glad to have you along. And Kabuki Kid, if you and those others who have been asking for it as well, we promised there's a link in the description if you want to enter the competitions. You can guess how many tokens in the jar for a copy of Zombicide not Invader, Zombicide Darkside. You can answer a question, and I'll just put it in a random spinner for Spider-Geddon, and if you want any help making a homebrew character, that's another competition you can enter as well, and we'll see what we can come up with. So, well, that's our top 5. Number 5. Let's go back to Dave's slideshow, and hopefully I won't break the stream by pressing the wrong button here. Add to stage. All right. Oh, Dave, did you move it to slide 2, or did I do that?
I did that. Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay. I'm glad you've got control over it. Excellent. That's good then. All right. So slide 2. All right. Good stuff.
So yeah. So my number 4 is a sort of social deduction game. It's called Shadowhunters. It's really incredible. Like compared to you'll see my honorable mentions have none. I don't like social deduction games. One of the things about them that I really enjoy is, and I think, man, I can't remember the name. It's one of the British board game reviewers, no pun included. That's who it was.
Yep.
They did like an info session thing on these types of games, and browbeating is pretty much how you win. You kind of make you get people to kind of cow down so that you can say this is what it is. We need to kill that person. So that doesn't exist in Shadowhunters. Shadowhunters, you roll dice to attack someone in your location or the adjacent location. So there's no trying to get everyone to agree with you or anything like that. There's no point to that. It's just I'm collecting things, and then I'm going to attack the people that I'm trying to attack. And there's a mechanism for gaining information that you really gain information. So there's so much agency in this that I feel like is completely gone in most social deduction games. So I love it. And Shadowhunters is not available anymore. It's been out of print for some time. The current version you can get there is called Fangs, and that's in the image there. They did. The game's originally Japanese, and Shadow Raiders is the new version, which is the one pictured just above Fangs there. And I've bought Shadow Raiders, but I can't read Japanese. So if you see the picture of the game that's being played there is my version of Shadow Raiders. I made it in English and printed it out. So we just played that for the first time last night and had a blast with it. But yeah,
cool.
and the new thing about this segment that's kind of different from my previous thing is asymmetry. And I love asymmetry in games. I love when I have a different power and I have to kind of puzzle that versus what other people might have. Yeah.
Awesome. That's cool. Actually, that that reminds me. Sorry, I'm just going to duck off screen for a second, see if I can grab something.
Sure.
I agree about the social deduction games.
Yeah.
Like they are. Yeah. It just becomes an argument around the table. And
try this. This is incredible. It doesn't have those things either.
Very cool. Shadow. Yeah, it actually reminds me. That whole what's it called? Yeah, social deduction sort of genre of games. That was a big thing in my playing group a while ago too. So, and you're right, like browbeating. That was kind of like like our group very much enjoyed getting in big shouting arguments and stuff like that. So they were always sort of perfect for that sort of thing. But you mentioned like buying a game in Japanese and not being able to play it. I bought Hitzy Road over in Japan, thinking I was buying an English copy, and then when I opened it, it was all in Japanese. So it was my first foray into homebrew. Because the cool thing about this game is it's sort of set that the actual aesthetic is that the box is like a box full of like a kid who's actually on the road in a zombie apocalypse is just like building their own card game sort of thing out of bits and pieces and stuff like that and using them as the components. And it's sort of like so you've got all these like different cards that are from different playing card sets and bits and pieces and stuff like that. And then on the actual cards themselves are all like photos of their journey. And they put these little there's on the cards themselves are like these little white like white out strips with the instructions or the special rules of that card. So what I did is I actually went over those with actual white out and wrote my own, because it's all in Japanese. I wrote my own instructions in English. I was like, well, it's got white out on it. It's not going to look dodgy because it actually just looks like the actual card itself. So
that's great.
That's great.
I was like, the only thing is the rule book is all in Japanese, and I didn't want to do that to the whole. So I have to look up the rules online every time I want to play it. I have to go get my phone out and go, what are the rules for this, and scroll through. But so yeah, making our own games sometimes it can be a lot of fun. So that's cool. We might see more about that social deduction thing down the track too. So spoilers. Now I don't believe I've seen Shadow Hunters on anyone else's list either. So I think we're in the clear there as well.
It's kind of wild because it was like maybe a $30 game, I think, and it usually goes for like $250 now on secondhand market. And like there's not a lot to it. It's cards and some dice. Like that's why like mine, I don't need anything other than cards, dice, and I bought some really cheap little like translucent tokens because you basically need 2 trackers, one for your health and one for where you are on the map. Fantastic game. Totally recommend it.
Awesome. Well, there you go. Well, I'll bring Andrew back up to.
And Fangs is real cheap, so that's the version that's available like anywhere. And I think I bought copies for like $10.
Yeah,
$15. Okay. It was like real cheap, and I totally recommend it. I don't like the theme as much because I like the original theme, but it's still really good. It's werewolves
so that's that one
vampires.
In the middle there, Sweet. Okay. Cool. Awesome. All right, Andrew, what's your number 4 that meets the solo and the value for money criteria?
So number 4, it works great solo, but it's definitely, of all the games I own, it's the biggest crowd pleaser. Even after Marvel United came into the picture, and like all my friends were like, "Wow, this is fun." Even still, like to this day, they'll be like, "Hey, can you bring that other one over?" And it's this right here. It is Betrayal at House on the Hill.
Oh,
just
classic.
An absolute fun in a box. Like it is every horror movie in a box, done in the most wonderful, cheeky way. I love modular boards, right? Boards that are never the same way twice. I love that. I think that's just such a fun aspect of board games. And then to top it all off, like every game is going to be a different experience. Whether, you know, we've had ones where we all got shrunk down until we were this big and there was a cat chasing us through the mansion trying to eat us, or a mummy just came out of an elevator and started killing people. Like, there were so many different just through lines that the game takes. My personal favorite was there's a specific one where normally when like the haunt, it's called the haunt, when the haunt kicks in, you know, everybody's got to work together to fight the monsters and somebody is a traitor, but you usually know who the traitor is. And we got to this one scenario where specifically you're not supposed to know who the traitor is. And it was basically a take on like the Saw movies, where we all woke up and we all had collars with bombs around our necks. And we all had to do like grisly things like chopping off arms and stuff in order to like get the bombs off of us. And it just so happened that I was the traitor in this one. And to fool people and maintain a sense of just nonchalant innocence, my character chopped his own leg off to be like, yeah, guys, I'm totally one of you. And it fooled everybody. And it was just like, no other board game has that much versatility in one little box. I think the only weakness I would say this has is it could use some quality of life improvements just in terms of some components and little fiddly bits and pieces. But like, other than that, it's, even with only one expansion to its name, it has lasting power. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's definitely it's sort of stood the test of time, hasn't it? It's been around for a long time. And I think they did like a did they do like either a version 2.0 or like a slight reskin or something like that where they updated it? So like something on the, or it was like they did some crazy like Marvel or something. You know, they did some weird sort of.
Andrews is 2.0 actually. There's a third edition now, and there is a Betrayal at Baldur's Gate as well as Betrayal Legacy.
Right, yeah, the D&D.
Yeah, that's the one I've seen.
Yeah, Legacy looks so much fun, and I can't find it anywhere.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what happened. Yeah, that's right. They did a D&D version as well.
Well, they must have torn up all the boxes before they got it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's funny, as much as I'm like, that's cool and I can respect that thingy. The House on the Hill, we played that once with our group, and like one of the guys brought it around, ran it. I don't know if it was the way that the guy ran the game or if it was the way it went, like how just the way that the haunt came up, and it just like we all had a horrible sort of game of it, and then we just basically never played it. We were like, never played it again. And anytime we brought it up, we're like, nah, that game was horrible. So, but I think it's the danger sometimes of those ones that, like you said, that are really modular, right? And but if you get the like 1 in a million chance where like the villain is a bit clunky or something, and like it doesn't work with the heroes, and it's like the inexperienced person using it, and it could be one of those things where it's just like, oh, it falls a bit flat, and then it's like, oh, well. Yeah. It left a bad taste in the mouth, sort of thing. But it's I definitely know that it's got that pedigree. Like a lot of people love it. It's very very sort of famous and stuff. So yeah. Sure. Good one. Sounds like
we had a game of that.
Again.
We had a game of that one time where you know, like there was one player who like kept getting items, and they kept getting equipment and weapons and everything. And they were the only one. Everyone else was getting like nothing. And then the haunt happens, and they're the traitor. So, you know,
yeah, that's probably what happened in our game too. Yeah, awesome. That's cool. That's a good one. So Nelly, hit us with your number? We're up to 4. Yeah. Hit us with your number 4.
So my number 4 is, which ironically I've only ever played digitally, but Sentinels of the Multiverse.
Oh, makes sense.
It's another game that I've done homebrew characters for, which I have some that I haven't, like, they're getting closer to release. But the universe as a whole is one that I really like. Like, it's It's basically it's a card game, which also became like a video game for the card game, based on like a fake comic run. I think they did eventually make like some actual comics from it, but it's a lot of like just superhero stuff, but neither Marvel nor DC. Though there are definitely some that you can see like inspirations on, like Tachyon is basically their Flash. And like a lot of the storyline for it is very similar to the multiverse thing going on, where a lot of the characters have different variants from different universes. A lot of the villains and heroes have alternates. So like Legacy, who you've seen, Meeple, like I made a version of him, and he's part of the Freedom 5 game that you backed, where he's kind of like that universe's Superman, where he was like the very original Legacy was during like in the American Revolution first developed like his powers, and then like his children, they all take on the mantle of Legacy. Get up to the current Legacy, who I forget what her name is, but like she's like America's newest Legacy. But then there's a villain called Iron Legacy, which is from an alternate universe where the daughter dies. So like, and then the father Legacy becomes basically like a tyrant, just cracking down on everything, goes after the villain that kills her, takes him out. And then it's like the thing I like, very similar to United, where like every character just kind of brings their own like flavor, like changing up the rules of the game. So you've got like your default set of rules, but then like every villain throws in like their own unique twist. Like Baron Blade's kind of like the default villain of it, and he's like a two-sided villain, which is how I made him.
Yeah.
Like when you're first fighting him, he's basically trying to pull the moon from space to collide with Earth and kill everybody. And if you defeat him, he flips over and he's got like a power suit where he's like his final attempt to stand up against these. So it's kind of like fight him twice. And like each villain kind of tells a story through their fight like that. It's just like I just really like the characters, the graphics, and just the gameplay is a lot of fun. It does get complex, which is I'm glad they have a digital version of it, because the digital version's automated, so I don't have to worry about messing up on anybody's rules.
Yeah. So so one of those games where there's a lot of overhead you got to keep in.
Like especially because every character is unique. Like there's a lot that are very basic. Like Legacy is kind of like one of the introduction characters, where it's just like, you know, he resists damage, he hits hard, but then you have characters who are like this like Omni something, I forget his full name. Like he's just like a robot guy, and he can change up his equipment to resist different types of damage, which there's like 9 different damage types in the game. There's tons of different characters who utilize their abilities. There's like a Green Lantern style character that creates like mental figments as like henchmen that each do different things, including some that have like detrimental effects. There's a character who's like entirely based on luck, where like they build up luck tokens, and their abilities consume those luck tokens, and if you don't have the luck tokens, then detrimental effects happen to you. So it's just like it's a really like deep, in-depth game. So that is my number 4.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that's I think I've missed the boat on that one in terms of like I think a few years ago I would have loved that, like, because I was more into like looking for more, you know, as you get into board gaming, I think you sort of like you start going, oh, these games are really more you know, more interesting than Snakes and Ladders, you know, and you start looking for more complexity. And I think I would have really dug that. And now I'm like, oh, too much complexity. Just give me a movement, a punch, and a star, and I'll be good, sort of thing. But I'm really looking forward to that Freedom 5, which is kind of like a big kind of pandemic, or what's that? Defenders of the Realm. It's basically like Defenders of the Realm, almost like reskin with that Sentinels sort of IP over the top of it. But I'm really looking forward to that, because I'll have all the models from it, and I'll be able to use them for all your Marvel United characters you've made from that universe too. So that's what I'm looking forward to. So that'll be cool. So, we up to
Your number 4.
my number 4. All right. So my number 4, if I can remember, see if I can get my list here. Okay. So this one, this, oh no, I've got it in the wrong order. No. Okay. So it's this one. All right. So yeah, we were talking about sort of social deduction and that sort of thing, and this was the first. So yeah, I played. I think I was still working in Games Workshop and playing a lot of Warhammer and Warhammer 40,000, that sort of stuff. And so alongside of that, I was playing, the Warhammer Quest and that sort of thing, because to me that was what board gaming was. It was like the only board game worth playing was that sort of thing. And then some of the guys got into this game called Bang the Bullet. I don't know if you can see that there. Bang the Bullet. A little Italian card game, I want to say it is. And so it's got like the cards are all like in English and in Italian sort of thing. And it was just this. So it's just this little card game sort of thing, but it's like a social deduction game, and it's basically Wild West themed. And have you guys heard of it or played it before?
I've seen it on a shelf, but I've never played it.
Yeah. Oh, mate, it's so fun. Or and it's the reason I sleeve everything, because it was the first sort of game I had. I was just the first card game sort of thing I had, and I played it and 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 played it like so many times, and they're all grimy and greasy and all this sort of stuff, and so I'm really not happy with how they look. So every other game since then I've like been sleeving, to protect the cards and that sort of thing. But it's such a fun game. You have like all these characters, like tons and tons of different characters. They all have different rules that let them break the rules of the game and this and that, and but it's got that premise of no one knows who anyone else is. It's that whole social deduction sort of thing, and this was the first time I'd encountered it, and it just blew my mind, like how sort of clever and fun that was, sort of thing. And you have a sheriff, so you do have like one player who has the little sheriff token sort of thing. So everyone knows who the sheriff is, and they get like a boost in health and that sort of thing, depending on. So no matter what character they have, they add a couple of health to their character, because everyone's kind of almost gunning for them sort of thing. So everyone knows who the sheriff is, and then you have a range of characters who secretly might be the deputies, and it's their job to make sure the sheriff survives. Or you have other characters who are the outlaws, and it's their job to take out the sheriff. They win instantly if they can take out the sheriff. But then if they're playing and they're going for the sheriff too hard, then it's like they're giving away who they are, right? So then the people who are the deputies can start targeting them, sort of thing. But then you have to throw it all off. You have the renegade, who's like the guy riding in from town, the guy on the pale horse or whatever. The Clint Eastwood style character comes in, and he's the renegade. So the renegade has to be the last person standing. So they have to eliminate all the other outlaws and deputies first, and then take out the sheriff. So they sort of have to act like deputies at the beginning of the game, because they're trying to protect the sheriff, so the sheriff doesn't get taken out early. So if they're so they're doing what they're trying to do, and so to the sheriff they look like they're a good guy, sort of thing. So the sheriff's like never sure like who's on my side and who's actually not on my side, and it's just a really cool game, sort of thing. But it's this fun game where you have these like a lot of it is basically you have bang cards, and then you have all these other special cards. Draw a hand of cards, and affect this player or get a special weapon that can let you, because you can only attack the person next to you on either side, unless you can get guns with range and getaway horses and all this sort of stuff. But the main thing is you got guns, and where are the bangs? And let me see if I can find it. I can't believe I can't find a single one in here. It's like the most common card in the entire deck. Where are they? What is this shuffling? Where? Here we go. Here we go. It's got, all right, so it's the mist card, right? But see how it's in Italian at the top? So it's got Mancaro. I don't know how you pronounce it, but Mancaro. So, and basically, we just used to love this game. We would get so silly, because basically we would just like, every time you'd go, like someone would go bang to you, you'd go, Mancaro, and you'd dive out of the And we just thought that the word Mancaro was like super funny, and we just like, that was half of the fun of this game, was just going Mancaro. And we got like to the point where we loved this so much, like we sort of almost played like a real life version of it, where we'd just send text messages to each other. So you just be minding your business, going through the day, and then someone would send you a text message, and it would just say bang, and like if you didn't text back in like 5 seconds with Pancaro, like you got hit sort of each day. So it's just a real fun. I just have big memories of it. It was kind of like the only card game that I knew of, only game that I knew of outside of like Warhammer and like Dungeon Crawls and that sort of thing. So it was kind of one of the very first games that opened my eyes to like games can be anything. Board games can kind of be a card game, because I kind of in my head like the board gaming hobby is like card games and board games, and they kind of intermix and stuff like that. So Bang the Bullet is my one there, and it introduced that thing of social deduction, but it wasn't. And so there was lots of arguments. Oh, he's obviously the sheriff, but it wasn't like team versus team. So it wasn't as much sort of browbeating. You kind of you were kind of on your own trying to work out what was going on, and it was a lot of fun. So, and it played really quick too. It did have player elimination, so that was kind of a thing. If you're playing like a big 8-player game or something like that, you got knocked out early, especially if you got knocked out by the sheriff as a deputy before you could have a turn. That would always suck. But it was the games you would generally sort of get to play a few several rounds in an evening sort of thing, so you'd jump back in sort of thing. So good fun. All right, should we have a look at number 3? Let's have a look at number 3. All right, now Dave's number 3. No, we're going to remove that from the screen. No. No, I've got a good mate of mine, and his number 1 game is like Agricola, and he always is trying to get us to play Agricola, and we always like, nah, we don't play it. So that's just sorry, Dave. Go ahead with the awesomeness that is Agricola, because it is a classic hero.
Yeah, so this is my top worker placement game, and Agricola is a lot of fun, but one thing I think is like a struggle point for a lot of people is that what's fun about Agricola isn't the base game. So the base game is like we just play or farming, and there is emergent complexity, which is great because as the game goes on, you gain more and more abilities to use to place your workers on, and you gain access to different things like upgrading your house, building fences. Those things aren't available in the beginning of the game, and the resource management is fun and stuff. But what's really great about Agricola is that unlike so many of other really great worker placement games like Zolkin or Brass isn't a worker placement, but it's the same kind of feel of that. There's a deck of cards that you can play with, and there's actually multiple decks in the box. So the first deck is like the everyday deck, and then there's an interaction deck or whatever. And so you get dealt at the beginning of the game, or you draft, depending on how you end up doing it. This set of like, I think you get like 14 cards. And so you have 14 cards of occupations and minor improvements, and they're all different buffs, and you have to take an action to put them into play, one of the workspaces. And so you have this puzzle of how can I maximize my Agricola game with what I have available to me. And that is such an incredible puzzle, and it's always different. Like every time I played, I've always had like a different combination of cards. And there's different decks. If you want the I deck, which is high interactivity, so now it's like none of the things you've seen before are here. You've swapped out the everyday deck, and now you have a completely different set of occupations and these things, and all of them play off of when other players do things. Incredible. So Agricola is fantastic, but you really need to dive in and play at the advanced level with it to really get that like puzzle aspect of it, which is fantastic. My honorable mentions for the category are Acrony, which I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. That is a really fun game. It's this kind of like fun post-apocalyptic story where you're like borrowing from your future self and then having to time travel to send it back to your past self. And then eventually the apocalypse happens, and then it's like, well, you have to send out the people in your mechs, but you can't send as many because it's like more destroyed, like the world is more destroyed. So it's harder to send mechs. But now by that time, you've built up your base, so you can do a lot of operations in your bunker that you've kind of built up. Fantastic.
Well, in
Anachrony is
theory,
a lot of fun.
I always have trouble. I'm
Um,
always like ripping myself off and like not sending my stuff back in time enough to repay myself and stuff. It's a tricky one. But yeah, what's your other? yeah.
So Edo is a game that's definitely not as well known, I think. Edo is a fun little building up the city of Edo, Tokyo, under the Shogun, and it's a very simple like resource gathering and then building things kind of game. But what's excellent about it is it has this action programming system. So you set up what you're going to do, like for three turns when it comes around to you, and you program that out. And then when it's your turn, you reveal the first one, and then you can workers that you placed behind that tile to do that action. And then it goes to the next person. But a lot of the things like are more either you get less resources if there's other people already at the location or that kind of thing. So being like, you have to program, but you also want to think about like, oh, is Andrew going to get rice this turn? Because if Andrew's going to get rice this turn, I either want to get rice before he gets there and make it harder for him to get rice, or I want to go for rice way later in the turn after he's already gone and then left. And so that aspect of it is incredibly fun. And the action programming, that's not the first time I saw programming like that in a game, and we'll get to that in my number one area. But yeah, I love that programming element. That's super fun.
Awesome. I almost made a fool of myself saying, yeah, I've got that one on my shelf as well, and then I realized no, I've sold it, but I did have I think it was Yedo, or I don't know if it's pronounced Yedo or Yedo, but
I think
Yedo,
it's pronounced Edo as well.
Edo, okay.
But yeah, that's like upgraded Lords of Waterdeep.
Yeah. That sounds interesting. I reckon that sounds like, for me, like a super stress-inducing, like that style of Euro where I've got to like, where I'm worried about like going at the right time when you're going, and oh man, I would I would be a nervous wreck under the table, I think. So. But yeah, sounds like a good crunchy one. That's cool. But like, well, crunchy, and like it sounds like you said like a sort of simple system, but like crunchy decision sort of thing. So yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. And I had so Kabuki Kid saying Yedo is a well-loved, or Edo is a well-loved worker placement, and I did have that really nice new version of it, but I just wasn't sort of in that stage where I'm not playing Euros as much and that sort of stuff, and I just wasn't getting it played, so I thought I'd better move it on to the thing. Plus it took up heaps of space, so I can fit more Marvel United in that spot as well. But I like
Misery
Farm.
I don't. The thing is, like, Agricola is a game where you have to do everything, right? And if you don't do anything, like in any one category, if you have no cows, you get negative points. And I guess that really bugs a lot of people. But man, the thing is, like, Uwe Rosenberg has made like many games, right? Like, very prolific designer. Agricola stands above all of them for me. Like, I have friends who like love Caverna and they love all these other things, but all of them have a symmetric start. You have like, when you play Caverna, every building is available to you, every game. In Agricola, because you get that different setup, like I have this different set of 14 cards to play with, it's a new puzzle every time. And I found that like a lot of other games like Zolkin and those other games, it's like the things that change at the beginning of the game are not enough to really drive that of like, I have a new puzzle to figure out. And I feel like every time I play Agricola, I've got a new puzzle. And that is, I love that.
That's cool.
Yeah. And Rosenberg, he's such a good, he's such a well-respected sort of designer too. It's funny, actually, we've, amongst our mates, we've got a guy named Max, who's an artist, quite an awesome artist, actually. I'm going to jump up from my seat again. Hold on one second.
Oh, yeah, Kabuki. Agricola is incredibly punishing if you don't feed the people. But that's fair. I feel like it's on theme. You're starving your family.
Yeah, like that whole feeding your family thing is like nightmarish.
They make you feel really bad for losing.
Yeah. I feel like
I
when like you were a little
Blizzard
kid.
expansion.
Oh.
No,
I was just gonna say, I feel like when you were a little kid and like your I don't know, your uncles or cousins or people would come around and you'd just run back and forth to your room just grabbing random toys to show them. So I feel like that's what I'm doing at the moment. But yeah, we've got a mate whose name is Max, and he's a really good artist, and we were like super blown away when he got commissioned to do art for a board game. We were like fanboying all over the place and stuff. And he did this one called The Boldest. And this is his art. He's kind of like this sort of post-apocalyptic-y sort of. I don't know if I'm showing that off very well. But he's got this really cool style. These like really unique sort of like set in this world where like it's kind of like nature's sort of taken back over, and there's like ancient relics of robots and stuff, and humanity is all in these weird little tribes, and they're going out and collecting old relics and technology and that sort of stuff. And so we were super excited about that. And then he just like randomly one day just name drops, oh, by the way, I'm doing a new art for a new game by this guy Uwe Rosenberg, and we were like, what? And it turns out it's this game called Second Chance, and his art is just like these little flowers and stuff on the side, and like some land. And we were like, oh, that's not as cool as like the big one. But it is Uwe Rosenberg, so in my mind, I'm like, which one do I think is cooler? The one that's by Uwe Rosenberg or the other one with a really cool theme and stuff? I don't know. But both of them are cool, and you should check them out. And Max Prentice is his name, and he's an awesome artist. So if you're a board game, I don't know if there'd be any board game designers or developers, publishers watching this video ever. But if you were, you should check him out because he's a really good artist. So Max Prentice, check him out. Yeah, so that's cool. So I think we're up to Andrew. Do you have any awesome suggestions for I'll just remove this for number 3, and anything that can make me go running to my shelf to grab something else.
Maybe. I don't think I've seen. I don't know if I've seen this on your shelf before, but you might have something similar.
Okay.
This is a game that I love, but I don't play it much. And the reason I don't play it much and the reason I love it are both the same reason. And it's that it's hyper detailed and hyper complex. And considering that I usually only play solo, complexity, it can be a bit of a headache if I'm there juggling all these pieces. So understandably, I don't get Twilight Imperium.
It doesn't fit on the screen.
It's still playing by the 90s rules where they have these coffin-sized boxes. But man, talk about just beautiful, like this is Fantasy Flight at the top of their game. Just beautiful design. They put the amount of world building in here that like most books I've read do not have. You could just sit here and pore over the story and not even touch the game and still walk away entertained. And there's been just a lot of the times that I have been able to get at the table, there's been a lot of fun moments. Like it really thematically puts you in that space. I'm gonna slide it back down because it is heavy. It really thematically puts you in that space. You are
get a workout.
Yeah. You really feel like you're investing in intergalactic politics, and it feels like you're playing out all those Senate scenes from the Star Wars prequels where you start getting into all these like trades and disputes. And I had a game once where like these 3 dignitaries got kidnapped and one of them got assassinated, and it's like the amount of detail you could get into. I think what makes it work so well is that you can customize that. If you don't want to go too far, you don't have to. But even just the base vanilla version of Twilight Imperium, excluding all the expansions, is still, there's so much to juggle. And I know this is the 3rd edition that I have, and the 4th edition that they came out with a few years ago really cleans that stuff up and makes it just way smoother to handle. And one day, maybe if I ever feel financially comfortable doing it, I'll get the 4th edition so it's cleaner and easier, and maybe I'll be able to get it to the table more. But right now, it's still a lot of money for that. But just the world they made in this box and packaged and presented is just so dense, and just from a writing standpoint, I get lost in all the details, man. It's a beautiful piece of sci-fi art that just happens to also be a board game.
Yeah, and do you remember there was I think it was around the time they were probably starting to promote that number 4, that they put out a video, almost like a documentary on the making and that journey that they went through to make TI. Well, I think even just the original TI, and they were talking about how I forget the guy's name, maybe Peterson or something, would go around to the shows with his little bag of little models, and he'd sort of he'd build them on the spot or something at the thing and to show people and stuff like that. Yeah, it's really cool to see that journey of of just that little sort of up and go sort of couple of guys or something trying to get, they got this idea for a game and going around trying to get it off the ground, and then it became this massive thing, literally physically a massive thing, but also a massive thing in the board gaming space sort of thing. So cool choice. I think I played Rex, which is like a spin-off or something. It was called it was by Fantasy Flight, but it was in one of those more square size, regular board game size box sort of thing, and that one to me felt massive and complex and everything like that. But I think it was only half the game that TI was. So yeah. Oh, it's a remake in June.
Kabuki Kid's a Fantasy Flight fan. He's got a lot of this knowledge here.
Yeah. Awesome. I wonder.
Andrew, he asked if you had expansions in there for.
I do. I have the 2. I can't remember their names. The 2 expansions I have kind of all bundled up together. So because I loved it, added the whole thing where when you go to a planet, you can flip over a token, and there's just a little extra something there on the planet, and all these just other little detailed things.
I put that in my TI4. Love it. The relics, so good.
Yeah.
You don't need it anymore with their new expansion because they kind of introduced that back in that. So good.
Yeah, the TI4. Just when I saw the race dashboards and how it spells out everything for you with the ships and the cost, I'm like, oh, where was that here? that would have been the one thing to push this up even higher.
My first night with Twilight Imperium 3rd, we spent 6 hours, I think, just going through the rules and trying to figure out what was going on. And then by the end of that, everyone but me basically was, we're too tired. We'll try and do it tomorrow. And if we never did it, I didn't play Twilight Imperium for 10 years after that. After spending a whole night learning it.
Yeah, I think I never played it. My group that I often talk about, that I used to do a lot of gaming with, they broke it out once, and I think they got through a turn, and then they had to call it quits, and I don't think they've ever played it again since, sort of thing. But it's definitely one that you got to have the time investment and get into it. But I think once you do, the rewards are pretty huge. So
yeah, it's intimidating for sure.
Yeah, and I think I don't know if it was Kabuki or someone made a comment a while ago about I think House on the Hill being one of those games that you have stories to tell afterwards. It just generates that sort of experience. And I talked about that on my Dungeon Crawl video as well. And I think TI whatever, TI3, TI4, whichever one you're playing, I think that game, because of the number of people playing and that sort of thing, can lead that to that experience. I think I've had similar things with Star Wars Rebellion and big games of Scythe and things like that. Those big multiplayer games you can have some big fun things with that. There's another social deduction one, Battlefleet Battlefleet Galactica. Is that what it's
Battlestar
called? Battlestar
Galactica.
Galactica. Battlestar.
Yeah.
Put some random sci-fi names together and see if it sticks. Yep. Battlestar Galactica. That's the one. That's another one of those great ones that sort of like you can have lots of great stories and stuff. But yeah. I digress. So yeah, good choice, Andrew. Well, Nelly. Is your game as big as is your number 3 as big as Twilight Imperium 3? Because
I mean, in terms of like history, no, but in terms of box size, it's up there.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's also due to expansions, but so my number 3, which we were actually talking about, like Baldur's Gate earlier, the guys who made the video game for Baldur's Gate have another video game called Divinity, and the same guys who made the video game, they have a board game, Divinity Original Sin, the board game. Takes place and kind of follows along with the story of the game. But it's a massive game. It comes with like a huge book called the Atlas. And when you open up the book, it's a map from the game with different locations.
Oh, wow.
And essentially you take like a model, one of the characters from the game, and you build them how you want. So if you want to make them like a mage, if you want to make them a warrior or a ranger, etc., you have full customization of how you want to build them. But with like the Atlas, like it's telling you the story of that location. You're investigating the different locations, going on through the story, and it's kind of one of those like choose your own adventures where like I investigate this location and you get like kind of a story for that location, and then at the bottom you're like advance to Upper Beach, page 3. And you'll like flip to page 3 of the Atlas and then take the story from there. Or sometimes like it'll trigger a fight where then you have like enemy minions that are spawning and you have to move through the locations to fight the different enemies. And it's just like this, like it's the visually the book is beautiful. Like it takes up the entire damn table, but it is a beautiful book. The cards are like equipment items and the spell cards and stuff like that. The boss fights, the boss has a separate booklet that kind of has like their own rules and like how they play. There's a lot of different like difficulty options. They released, I want to say, 2 expansions, and both of those same deal kind of come with like their own like little miniature book that have their own those locations, story cards. And things of that nature. And it's just really cool the amount of replayability that you get from it, just from taking different paths that you haven't taken before, building characters in a different, unique way with like different passives that you can pick. Me and Nora have gotten a lot of mileage out of that in a very short amount of time.
Oh, that's good. It sounds like, I love it when you can get into like a big game like that and you've got the time. And it's like just engaging enough that you, excuse me, you do just keep digging into it and keep playing it, and you feel like you're like you were saying, Andrew, like you want to get your money's worth, right? You know, if you get a big game like that, you want to get a bunch in. Like I think I felt like that with Madara. I was like, oh man, am I gonna like? This is a big game and it's expensive and stuff, and and do I have the time? But like, I just loved it so much that I would just like pull it out every night, set it up on the table. It was worth the investment to do all that sort of stuff. It was pretty good fun. And I have to apologize to Kabuki Kid and folks in the chat too, because I realized there's all these like comments going up that I missed because I had it like set up. I'd scrolled up higher or something, and then I'd gone up too high, so it was just sitting on this thing saying like, press this button to go down to catch up with where it was. So I wasn't seeing all the new comments. So apologies if there's been some, sparkling conversation that I've missed and haven't been able to highlight. But I'm glad you guys have been keeping up for me, sort of thing. Sounds like you guys have been chatting with Kabuki and the guys. So awesome. Okay. So Divinity, was it? Did it have was it Divinity with an extra?
Divinity Original Sin.
Original Sin. I'll have to look into it. Okay, Divinity Original Sin. I'll check it out because I'm expecting at some point it's gonna.
I already know where you're going with this. Yes,
we're gonna see some characters pop up in Marvel United, so I've got to brush up.
Everything on my list, I've either done or I have plans.
Kabuki here says that Corey is designing a Mandalorian game, and wow, that gets me excited.
Let me see if I could find that comment. Here we go. Now, I'll have to remember to go back and scroll back down again. But yeah, the
Wow.
Mandalorian. Oh, cool.
It's about time. It's
Yeah.
Star Wars. I'm still waiting for the Star Wars board game that's going to hit the sweet spot for me, and I haven't found it yet.
Well, you know what it's going to be. It's going to be one of the folks here is going to do a Star Wars Marvel United IP, right? And
Yeah, probably.
Then you got Marvel. Yeah, that's the thing I love about this Marvel United stuff is that we're like for me, it's my favorite game, right? So like I'm just making my favorite game out of every oh man, I wish I had a game that was like G.I. Joe, but like it wouldn't be the best game, but it's going to be the best game because it's the Marvel United with G.I. Joe stuff, right? So
which connecting it back to United, the other reason I do eventually, I don't know when, want to do Divinity is because one of my favorite things for season 3 are the campaign decks. And I really want to make campaign decks for all of my universes. The problem with that is unless I'm making my own original story, like if I make a campaign deck for my hero, it's just unless I'm making my own custom story, I'm just following the story of the show.
Right.
Where with Divinity, since it's built as like a choose your path, I can make it in the same vein as the season 3 campaign decks, or it's just like, here's what's going on here, pick your path, and then I can like build fights based on the paths you choose. Bigger project, but I'm already this deep in.
That's right.
What's more years of my life?
Yeah,
that's right. It's good to leave a legacy, right? You got to leave a legacy.
And just answer Kabuki Kid's question. Yeah, Outer Rim, I do have. I enjoy Outer Rim quite a bit. It's not quite at the heights that I would want a Star Wars game to be, but it's definitely the best one I've ever played.
Awesome. Well, yeah, that's another one I've had in my collection previously. Yeah, it's a good one. And because it also taps into one of my favorite things in Star Wars is less the Jedi stuff and more like the Rebel War and the smugglers. I like those two things better in Star Wars. So
right.
Outer Rim is like, oh yes, it's all the smugglers and all that sort of stuff. So Han Solo and everything. So yeah, very cool. So my you can probably just see a bit of a sneak preview here. So my number 3 is this one. When I started getting more into board gaming, and I was basically sort of making a lot of choices like stuff that my mates already had. So this guy who he had Agricola. I never got into Agricola though, because that was one of the things actually before I got into board gaming with all the Euros and that sort of stuff. This guy had Agricola, I think at this point was already one of his favorite sort of Euros and stuff. And so whenever he was highlighting, hey, we should play these Euros, like Agricola was like this thing with little sheep and little dudes. And I'm like, mate, where's the dragons and the swords and all that sort of stuff, So, yeah, didn't do it for me sort of thing. But yeah, as I got more into board gaming and stuff, I played that Battlestar Galactica with them and different Cosmic Encounter and things like that. So I was buying a lot of games that I was introduced to amongst that sort of like realm of games and stuff. And then this game is one that was like I think even my wife actually sort of pointed it out on the shelf, and this could be like a whole category of games. I could do like a top 5 or top 10, like took a punt and it worked out games, like just like rolled the dice, saw it in the shop, did no research before, just saw it and went, is this fun? Like looked at the back of it sort of thing and decided to sort of gamble. And man, this game was amazing. And this is Mysterium. So I love this game. It's such a good game. So it's like a co-op sort of co-op. It's a really weird sort of game to describe. It's like you play as have you guys heard of Mysterium before? It's like a social sort of thing.
Yeah.
So it's just so good. Like one person plays as the ghost and they're not allowed to talk. So they have to sort of like, they draw, I don't know if they choose or they draw, they work out like a murderer, weapon and a location sort of thing. A bit like Cluedo sort of thing, right? They pick the things and they have this screen and they set up the different things. I think what happens is you randomly draw and you have these like columns of the like, you know, sets of like it's a murderer and a location and a weapon or something like that, and you have these different sets, and you choose one of them to be your set sort of thing, and then you have to give out these like Dixit cards, essentially, these like really cool abstract art sort of cards that represent dreams that the different the players who are at the table with you, sort of thing, who represent like what do they call them, seance people,
Mediums.
mediums, psychics, sort of thing. And it's just the seance people, and so you give them these cards. You're not allowed to talk or do anything, right? Although when I love being the ghost, but I'm so bad because I'm always like, like facial expressions and like when I'm trying to get them to, you know. So you hand out the cards and they have to guess like who. You have this like grid of like characters that it could be, sort of thing, and they have to guess who it is based on the cards you give. So you might give a card and you're trying to get them to lean towards this character because that character on their card is like a little red balloon in the corner. So you give them a card with a lot of red on it. Or maybe there's, you know, maybe there's some sort of in joke or knowledge that, you know, with this friend. So foxes mean this because you've got this in joke about foxes. So there's a, you know, card, or, you know, and so you're giving them these different things, try and get them to guess. And then the psychics have a lot of fun because they get to talk and like help each other out. And so it's the worst thing but the best thing when you give someone a card and like they guess it, like, you know, they're like, you give them and you're like, yes, they're onto, like, they're about to pick the right character because they've seen that the balloons in the corner and they know that this card means that. But then some other person comes in and goes, hey, did you see this on this card? This means that. And they're like, oh yeah, I didn't see that. Yeah, it's got to be this guy over here. And then you're like, you can't say anything. So good. And then like I just love little things like in the actual game, like if you're trying to if you're the ghost and it's time to reveal whether they got it right or wrong, you have to like knock the table once or twice, sort of thing, to like once for yes, two for no, or something like that. So that's a lot of fun. It's just I've always had like lots of big fun silly laughs. Every crowd I've ever played this with has loved it. And whether it's like because there used to be a lot of things I'd play with my mates, and we all had this same, you know, sense of humor, and we're all, you know, we'd get into these games and have a lot of a laugh. But I've played it with family and, you know, different groups and things like that, and always had a really great time with this one. It never fails, except once with my mother-in-law. She did not get it at all, and my wife and I were like, you're gonna love this game, it's amazing. And we were playing it and like it turned into it, we were like, oh, this is not working at all. It's kind of, that game kind of died. But every other game I've played, every crowd, large numbers, small numbers, amazing. So Mysterium, it's probably the first game I remember like buying sight unseen and just being blown away by like what a great pick it was, sort of thing. So, and
such a fun, unique premise.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Talk to a ghost to solve this murder. Like,
yes, yeah. It's so good. And they did they've done like I haven't played it yet. I've bought it, but I haven't played it. Mysterium Park or something. It's like a cut down version of it too. So if you want a slightly sort of more streamlined version, that's a version as well. And Kabuki Kid is saying another fun ghost game is Phantom Inc. Okay, I have to check that out. We have good fun with it. So Phantom Inc. And I know there's another one I've played in a similar vein with the Dixit cards and things like that, called Detective something. I can't remember what it's called now. It's got something detective in it. No, it's not Ghost Detective. It's just look for a game with like Dixit card looking things on the front and detective in the title. Detective Club, that's it. Thanks, Kabuki Kid. Oh, it's a super fun game as well. It's really cool. But it's got a bit more of like the convince. It's kind of got more of that aspect of like using words and stuff to convince people, and you can have a lot of play around and have a lot of fun with that too. So yeah, it's a great one. Yeah, Kabuto Sumo. Oh, I think actually Raph, I think I noticed you mentioned Kabuto Sumo up in the comments earlier, and I think I missed it. But Kabuto Sumo,
I think
great
he was
game for
guessing. He was guessing when you were mentioning a Japanese game or Japanese art or something like that. Maybe the art one. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think JM. It might have been JM too. Was saying that he's like a sucker for, or he or she is a sucker for Japanese themed games and stuff. And yeah, I can attest to that. I've got, like, if it's Japanese, I'm like, I'll buy it, and then like worry about how it works and stuff afterwards. So, yeah,
And worry about what language it's in.
Yeah, that's right. Takedo, yeah, they're all great games. Yeah, so yeah, that was my number 3. So should we have a look at number 2? Oh, I've caught Dave. I've caught him napping. He's only on slide 3.
Now I remember the game I should have included. Okay.
Yeah, right. Just
so
run to your
I'll
shelf,
just mention
like,
it right now. So another great
go
deduction-y type game, but not more like in the Clue sense than in like a social deduction type game, is Tragedy Looper. That is a really fun game. It was a Japanese designer. I want to say it's Bakafire is the handle that they used. But it's wild. So like you're playing through a story, and one person is the mastermind who's like trying to trigger the end of the story either by killing someone or whatever, and the other characters are all trying to go around and investigate and figure out who's who. Oh man, it's a wild ride. That's a great game. Okay, but anyway, it's not on my list because I forgot about it. But number 2,
I hope we're all writing these down.
Crawlers. I know. I was like, I mentioned it, and I'm gonna have to go back and watch this again. So, crawlers, dungeon crawlers.
Yes.
My number 2 category of games. So, Arkham Horror, the card game, hands down my favorite dungeon crawler of all time. It doesn't even really like advertise itself as a dungeon crawler, but it is, and it's great.
Until you said that, I was like, did not consider it a dungeon crawler at all. And now that you say it, I'm like, oh yeah, totally is a dungeon crawler. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's fantastic. The big thing with crawlers that I think is important to make it like feel good is meaningful traversal. So like going to a different space has meaning to it. And a lot of the living card games up until this, and even also I just started playing Double Champion, lacks this. And it's like you have things where it's like an event, and your event is you're in this new place, but like you're not moving, and you're not moving to a place to be from a different place to have a meaningful interaction based off of that. But yeah, I really enjoy Arkham Horror the card game. Fantastic story. Symmetry is great with the different classes that you can play as of all the different characters. Asymmetry is an important thing in crawlers because, video game wise, like Gauntlet, a lot of times I don't really feel like Gauntlet really does a whole lot. It's like you attack and you move, and that's about it. Like pretty much everything you do is the same, no matter which character you are. But like this has like meaningful asymmetry, which is really important to me in that. I've played some of the other Arkham games, and like none of them come close. Like I don't even bother with those. I bought Arkham Horror Second Edition and I gave it away because it's just not even remotely as good as this. Once I played this, I was like, I don't need any of these other games that are Arkham related. They're never as good. Never going to be as good. But yeah, fantastic game. Honorable mentions, The Others, which is actually my first Command discovery. I was backing this Kickstarter. That was the first Command Kickstarter I got involved in, and then I discovered all kinds of other weird things from them, and like spent a bunch of money trying to get these things on eBay when that was a bad idea at the time. Like Arcadia Quest First Edition, trying to get those things. Oh man. But yeah, that was dumb of me. But yeah, I love that game. Arcadia Quest is great. And then Hellboy, the board game, which I don't know if that many people have played that. That is a fantastic mechanic, but I kind of have trouble like enjoying it sometimes because the mechanics for like when you're dealing with like difficult things that kind of reduce your dice pool, everyone gets mad at me because I'm like reminding them the rules, and it's like, well, you've got this condition, so like there's a negative, and so like I'm the bad guy. I'm like, it's a cooperative game, like we're playing this together, but everyone gets mad when I'm pointing out like, no, you have to downgrade your dice for that. Hellboy is fantastic. I'm stealing so much from Hellboy in my design for the Marvel United Dungeon Crawl because they have so many good ideas. That is a great game. Oh yeah, I enjoyed Arkham Horror Second Edition when I played it, but man, once I touched the card game, I was like, why am I why am I bothering with any of these other things? Like this is the experience I wanted. Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Arkham Horror. It's it's a good one. There's lots of great streams like those guys I mentioned at the top of the video. Rob and Mel and at Rob's Gaming Table and Derek at Kenji Studios. They do some great. I don't know about Rob. It does it as much. Oh, he probably does, but I know Derek sort of does pretty regularly. Sort of plays that sort of thing, and has a whole big community of people that really love watching that. And I think he has a few folks join him sort of on a regular basis playing it and stuff together, which is cool too. So definitely, if you've not checked them out, go check out their channels and check out that content too, because the Arkham Horror stuff is good fun. And there's a whole like in their Discords and stuff, there's a whole community that like get together and like craft the decks and all that sort of stuff as well, and have all these discussions about what deck's going to work in and all that sort of stuff, which is really cool too. So I think that's a big part of those games too. Yeah, excellent.
We play on easy and die, but it's so fun. We don't usually like put too much effort into deck building, but the experience is just so fun. Like, I mean, I don't know if I should spoil anything of the like starter box of this, but like the big bad of that is like it's a Cthulhu nightmare. Like the probability that you could kill it is really low, and so you have this get out of jail free thing where it's like, oh, they just want this person. Shove her into the creature, and we all get away. That's a success.
Yeah. Actually, I do love how in those little booklets, like you've got the branching things and things that happen in your game, like can trigger different things in later games and that sort of stuff. Yeah, like if you chose to throw that person in, or if you let these gangsters get away, they might come and help you later or something like that. And yeah, I also really love the hobo and his dog or whatever that like the player character.
Yeah.
He was really cool. I really liked it. Yeah, Ash Campete, he was cool. Yeah, I like it. I liked him. Cool. All right. Well, I'll drop that down. I have to keep apologizing. Poor old Nelly. Every time I put a comment up, he covers down his face.
That's fine. I could be picking my nose and you'd have no idea.
That's right. And I think there was a comment I put up. I first noticed that I put up a comment that I think JM said like, it's nice to put a name to all the names to faces or faces to names, sort of thing. And then it covered Nelly's face. I was like, oh, that's
I was like, that's appropriate. I just like a wave in the bottom right corner. That's
very cool. Well, Andrew, how about are we up to number 3? I think
to number 2. To my number 2.
Number 2, is it? Was that your number 2, Dave?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's number 2. Yeah.
Yes.
I've never played Arkham Horror, the card game. I've heard nothing but fantastic things. Like I've never heard a bad thing said about Arkham Horror, the card game. So one day I'll try it. It definitely looks like it would be something I would enjoy, especially because my number 2 is Arkham Horror.
I love it.
I was just thinking, how awesome is it?
I'm sorry you ruined this for you, Andrew.
No, it's all good. This was the first. I mean, it's got a soft spot in my heart because it was the very first it was my gateway to designer board games. It was the first one that I ever bought, and like I remember looking it up beforehand. And when I first found out Board Game Geek was a thing, and I saw a video, some guy who was like, "Here's how this works," and I'm like, "Wow, I've never seen a game like this before." And I ended up getting like 3 of the big box expansions and 1 of the little expansions. And I love the fact now that there are I have 50 plus investigators to choose from and 20 of the ancient ones to choose from. And it's definitely thematic. I love the fact that, and for some people this might be a detriment, but I love the fact that if the ancient one wakes up, you're pretty much screwed. It really puts you in that mindset of the game gives you that sliver of hope. Okay, if we can just close all these portals, we're going to be okay. And even if we don't, and even if Cthulhu wakes up, the rules say we can fight him. But the rules say a lot of things. but it's
the
like
rules also say good luck.
Yeah, they salute and they shed a tear. They ask for your next of kin. But the idea that the game kind of understands that, and it sort of, I don't know if this is a wrong interpretation, but I interpreted it as, based on what I saw, like you can kind of just play it in a sense of see how well you do and then try to beat your record next time. So every time I play, I keep track of how well I do. And I think 27 points is the most I've ever gotten, which sounds like a lot, but I've still never managed to defeat an ancient one when they wake up. Like that has never happened. But the amount of expansions that I have has allowed it to become this thing where there's so much detail going on in the world of Arkham now. And you get all these great stories, like this one character, she got arrested 2 times in a row and just like bad luck of the draw. It's like, you got arrested for not paying the bill at the diner. It's like, oh my God. I think the only downside that I would say to it is the expansions have a lot of stuff that I have never touched, and that feels like a shame. Every time I open those boxes to get out the stuff that I do use, I always see like a stack of cards and tokens that I don't use, and I'm like I want to get my money's worth out of you, but the stuff that those things have added is not quite as efficient for the gameplay. And I get it, like we've been spoiled by Marvel United, where every expansion is something you're going to use. So it kind of makes you look back on this with a whole fresh set of eyes. So I would get, Dave, why you would be like, I don't need this anymore, especially if you had all the expansions as well. But it is something that I still play pretty frequently, and I do love just putting it on the table and just saying, okay, how am I going to destroy the world today? You know, what false hope am I going to put these investigators through today?
I really want you to play Arkham Horror the card game, but I am sad for you because I think it's going to totally destroy your love of Arkham Horror. Because it's so immersive. Like it's like you're playing through a novel. It's incredible.
Yeah, I'd concur with that. That's
that's cool.
Although it's funny because it's it's all these different episodes. So you kind of like every expansion you buy, you're going to get your money's worth out of, because you're going to play through this. You play through the different stories, but the size of that card pool, if you get everything by the end. One thing I found that might come up later is that, like with those games, like the size of the card pool, like I'm like, oh yeah, I've got to get all these expansions because I want all these things, but then I kind of get stuck into like my favorite decks and my favorite this and that and my favorite combos and stuff. So I have these cards that I like, and then I find I'm like, oh, here's this new card that I don't really want because I like this other version of it better, sort of thing. So I have all of these cards that I'm never going to play with because I'm never going to put them into my deck, sort of thing.
That's totally fine, man. Who cares? You want to play the story.
So there's that aspect of it, but apart from that, like you are going to play with all those storylines, and you are going to, and play with all the different characters and stuff. So it's
I'll just drive over to Andrews and we'll just start playing more of the card game.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Awesome. Now, so yeah, that's a cool pick. I especially like it coming directly after Dave's trashing of it.
Nelly, I hope yours is like Arkham Horror 3rd edition or something.
It's not. Which, ironically, the funny thing about this is that I've seen, for whatever reason, like I saw Arkham Horror like a while ago, and I didn't get it. But for whatever reason, lately it's been showing up like on my feed to the point where like I really want it, and now I've had to sit here and listen to both of you guys talk about how amazing it is and like life changing. So I think I don't know if
it's still going on. There was a sale for the core box for like $6 at one point on Miniature Market.
Can we?
I don't need sleep. I need answers. Send me the link.
Oh, cool.
But no, my number 2 is. It's funny now that I'm looking at my list. I'm realizing I very much have a very specific taste. I really like games where there's like lots of different like player who like. a character that you would pick, someone that I will eventually convert. But so my number 2 goes to Catharsis, which is a fairly newish game. Came out in 2022. Has a relatively small Discord community, but an amazing, like, I think it was made by like 2 or 3 guys, and they are incredible. Like, I actually strongly recommend checking out their game, because these guys, like, the support that they provide to the community, like, they're constantly in, like, active in the Discord community, asking questions, getting feedback from people for like expansions. Like, they've been showing off a lot of the artwork for the upcoming expansions, saying like, hey, which one do you guys like better?
Oh, wow.
And we're like voting on the stuff that's coming up. But essentially, it is a dice rolling adventure board game for 1 to 5 players. You pick a hero. They have a hero deck of like 20 different powers. And so at the beginning of the game, you basically shuffle your deck and draw 6. And then those are your powers for the game. Basically, depending on what you roll will determine on which powers you have. But your powers are also your health. So as you start taking damage, you flip the power. Like, if you take 2 damage, you have to flip 2 of your powers face down. And now you no longer use access to those. It's a very like dark fantasy setting. So you're constantly like, you can refresh your powers by lowering morale, but the lower morale gets, the harder the adventure gets, the more damage you end up taking. So it's like this constant battle of like, when do we flip? Because if all 6 become face, it's like when you first take damage, you flip them face down. If all 6 are face down and you take more damage, you're now removing powers from play and you can't replace them. So like, it's this constant battle of just like feeling like the world's against you, and can you fight it? Every boss has their own deck that just constantly has like story elements that you kind of have to like decide how you want to go through, and like kind of like RP dice roll through it, enemies to fight, and then the boss itself is in the deck, and each one brings like a unique flavor. Like the 2 starting ones that I played when I first got it and just fell in love with it immediately was like the Dark Horse, I think the first one is called, which on Tabletop Simulator they have the demo on there, which like the Corrupted Horse is the demo boss. And that's just a very straightforward, where the boss is the last card in the deck. So you have to work your way through the deck, dealing with the morale, and then you fight the boss. And once I did that, I'm like, okay, I get how this game works. I get the gimmick. I'm looking forward to seeing how things change up. And then when I got to the second boss, it was called the Sniper. And the Sniper does this hit and run thing where the boss card isn't the last card in the deck. They're like randomly in like the top 6, and every time they show up, they take like a really powerful shot at you and then hide further into the deck. I was like, oh my god, that's awesome! And then there's just like each one just kind of brings a whole new flavor to the game. So I feel like it is like, it deserves way more, like way more than I forget the word that I'm looking for, but way more praise than it's currently getting. It's got like an 88 on Board Game Geek, so it's got good reviews. I don't feel like anybody really knows much about it, so check it out if you like dice battle style games.
Yeah. Well, there you go, folks. Go out and check out Catharsis. Okay, awesome. Very cool. Well, it's interesting you talk about that, because I've realized I've stuffed up my order here. Mysterium was meant to be, I guess, because what are we doing? Top 2?
Right now we just did number 2, so now we're on your number 2.
Yes, I think Mysterium was supposed to be my number 2, because this game I discovered before Mysterium. This was one of the first ones but I haven't gone and grabbed it so I can show it, because I have it in about 5 boxes, 5 or 6, maybe 8, I don't know, boxes this size. I've had to, like, games that I've gotten rid of. I went through a period where as I was getting rid of them, I just threw out all the stuff on the inside and kept their boxes, because I needed more boxes for this game. And I wish I'd remembered it, because it would have tied more in with what you guys were talking about before, which is Lord of the Rings, the card game, the living card game thing from Fantasy Flight. Man, I loved that game, and yeah, so that was, I think, that after that was like the first thing I got into. I sort of discovered that a while ago when I started discovering games outside of like Games Workshop and that sort of stuff. It was after Bang and that sort of thing, but it was one of the first ones I sort of got into. And you were talking, Nelly, about like how clever, like you can take like that character can be represented by like, okay, so you work your way down and then there's the boss at the bottom of the deck, but then like you can take the concept, okay, what's a sniper going to do? They're going to be like doing hit and run, and they're going to be sort of like popping out and surprising you and then like ducking away before you can get there. And we one of the things we love about Marvel United is like that in that system, how can you create the feel of what that villain's doing in this really simplistic, abstract sort of system, and do all these different things. And this was the first game that I experienced, that I encountered, that taught me that like, hey, this is just a card game. This is just like playing Magic: The Gathering, but like a co-op version of it, sort of thing. And you play against the enemy is represented by this deck, and the way this deck works. The designers have somehow taken this system and they can play around with this system within the framework of this thing, where you have this quest and you go across these different locations, clearing the locations to move through the quest, and then fighting baddies and stuff like that. Just within that system of how you have the cards interact and how you have the cards appear and how you do this and that, can tell a very different thematic story, like can make you feel like you're on a very different adventure from game to game. And I remember even in that core set, like there's the basic mission is you're lost in the woods, so like you have to go on these branching paths and you come across like random versions of the I guess like the location cards or something, or the quest card, so that you sort of have to choose your path, sort of thing. And then the next one is you're on a river boat or something, like you're on a little boat trying to escape the enemy going down the river, and the enemy are all like sort of chasing you down the side of the river, and so you can't actually interact with them. Like you're sort of going through the first few missions are like you're traveling, you can't be hurt by them, sort of thing, generally, but you can't hurt them. They're all kind of building up, so you want to race down as fast as you can, so that when you do actually have to come to shore and deal with them, like there's not as many, or maybe you can leave some in the past and that sort of stuff. So, and then I think the last mission, like one of your characters gets put in a dungeon or something, so one of your characters like starts somewhere else or something, and like just the way that they did that, I just loved it. I love the card play of it, and the building your deck, and the comboing the different red heroes and the blue heroes and the different, all that sort of stuff. But I just loved, for me, it was that idea of like, wow, like look what designers can do with just this deck of cards, and how they can just make totally different storytelling experiences from game to game with that sort of thing. And while I understand that like Arkham Horror is almost like a next generation of that, and sort of does it in a with that, like you say, the dungeon crawling sort of way and all that sort of stuff, for me, I love the theme, and I think I like the simplicity a bit more of the, I don't know if it was just because I was introduced to it first or whatever, but I still prefer Lord of the Rings, even though it's not quite as, it's like, it's the system has evolved past it almost, right, to Arkham Horror. But I like the theme of Lord of the Rings a bit better, and that sort of thing. But I almost kind of consider them the same family of games, and they're almost like just an evolution of sort of thing. But yeah, that system is just amazing. It just blew my mind. And then now that's why I love games like Marvel United. I just, every time I find a game that's able to like create all these different experiences within their system, just by being clever with what they've used, and not completely having to like add all these extra bells and whistles to make it different, to like still work within the system, but somehow do it in a really clever way, sort of thing, just is what really inspires me, when we're trying to make our homebrew designs and that sort of stuff as well. And I think it's a thing that you guys do really well as well. So yeah, that's Lord of the Rings, the card game. I loved it. So that was a cool one. But it was actually my number 3, and then Mysterium was number 2. But anyway, all good. And now let's have a look. I'll see if I can bring this up again. Oh, Netrunner. Yeah, Netrunner was a cool game as well. Oh, look at that.
Wow. There we go.
Yes.
So yeah, so my number one is Area Control. I love these games. Twilight Imperium, third and fourth, both have this rule definition mechanic to them, where at a certain point in the game, you establish this like collective. I think it's the agenda phase. I forget if it's called the Galactic Council or something like that. But you vote on laws that change the way that the game works, and that is real cool. Love that. The expansion is incredible. It adds another extra part of asymmetry to every faction. And they add these like big moments. Like every faction now has a big moment. Twilight Imperium, I think more than any other game for me, has had like a series of creating these memorable moments in games. And it's just like I remember one of my favorite bits that happened. I had lost Mechatol Rex, which is like the Galactic Center, and my friend had taken it, and so I was like, I'm going to take it back, or I'm going to blow everything up in the process, because I was the Yin Brotherhood in my flagship. If it blows up, everything in the area blows up. And so I flew into Mechatol Rex, and before the battle could even happen, another person who was not involved in the battle had ranged like extra long firing cannons, like the planet deployed ones. And so he blew up my ship before I even got to start a fight, which blew up everything. It was just like, I just wasn't expecting that, and it was great. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, the asymmetry is unbelievable in Twilight Imperium. It's so good. And yeah, I mean, everything Andrew said about it, it's fantastic. I wish I could play it more often. We can usually get a 3-player game in like 4 hours, which is pretty good.
That is good for 3-player.
And it's still great at 3. Yeah, it's still really a good game at 3. And then as Kabuki Kid and I have been talking about a bit in the chat with Christian T. Peterson. Christian is the brainchild of Fantasy Flight Games, and or am I saying that right? I'm probably using that. But anyway, he designed Twilight Imperium and then evolved it a bit, and Corey has taken over kind of the Twilight Imperium 4th edition expansion and such. But everything Christian Peterson has designed that I've seen is amazing, and one of those games is the Game of Thrones board game, which was phenomenal. It's kind of a mess, and it's great at that. It has another bit of that action programming where the way it works is that if you have units in an area, you have to put order coins down to say what those troops are going to do, and then everyone reveals them, and then you resolve the things in order. Fantastic. I love how that works. It is sweaty though. And one person can have a rating, and then they get to switch a coin at the last minute after seeing everything. Really, really fun. But that's not even like what's another game? The World of Warcraft board game is another Christian T. Peterson game, and that is a wild game. I don't know that I like it, but it is so intriguing the way the mechanics for everything. There's this like flow mechanic where like mana kind of flows through. Wild. Yeah, love that. And then Cthulhu Wars is another asymmetric, like just area control game. Great. And then Cyclades is a blast as well. It's like a bidding for control gods to use their favors and such. All great games. But yeah, I love area control. So Dan, we'll make you a believer at some point.
Yeah. Well, as you saw with my list, like I there are some of them, and I did really enjoy that Super Yumi game recently. Man, that's good. Yeah, I think it's like you were talking about that moment where you had that master plan and you moved in, and like someone like blindsided you and blew you up and all that sort of stuff. And like for for me, I think my not very nice side comes out, and I don't handle those moments very well. And I would have been swearing, and I wouldn't have gone, "Oh wow, that was a funny thing, and what a fun story that's going to tell later." I would have been like, "Get out of my house!" You know. So it's one of these things. I don't want evil Dan to come out. I want happy, friendly Dan to come out. So I try to stay away from really conflict-driven games because it's not my best side. It comes out, as my mates would probably attest. But actually, the Game of Thrones game too. If you want to see a funny game, check out on Rob's gaming table. I don't know how far you'd have to scroll back, but a while ago, he hosted a bunch of us playing the online version of the Game of Thrones board game, because it's one I'd played, I had in my collection for years as well, so I knew about it. And actually, Derek from Kanji Studios and myself and some others jumped on that game as well, and it was a funny one too. So I highly recommend you watch it. I think it was myself, Derek, Rob, and Mel, and I forget the other guys. There was another guy. Apologies to that fellow, but that was a good fun game. So if you're curious about Game of Thrones, or you just want to watch a fun video of it, Rob's gaming table has a online version sort of playthrough, which was a lot of fun. So that was cool. Yeah. Wow. Twilight Imperium. So I definitely have seen that, because I was going to mention that, because Andrew, I thought that might have been your number one. And I definitely did see that come up on some people in the who've entered the competition. That was on their thing. I might go back through at the end of this, because I realized I wasn't going to be able to go back through and keep interrupting all the time. So I'll go back through and see how many of these ones we've mentioned are in the list there. But yeah. So has anyone played the Game of Thrones one with the new expansion with the Khaleesi and everything?
No.
Sorry.
I haven't gotten to play it yet. Have it, but I haven't played it yet.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I think I actually bought it and then got rid of it after, without ever getting to play the expansion. I think I moved it on and had all the expansion. So whoever, I tend to put a lot of my stuff in Goodwill sort of thing. So whoever picked that one up is going to be like, oh, sweet. Awesome. All right. Well, that was Dave's number one. So Andrew, if yours is not Twilight Imperium, I'm very interested. Now, I'm trying to work out if you've mentioned this in a previous video or something before, and I'm just like completely mind blanking on it. But
I think I have.
Okay, all right.
I think I actually mentioned it, I think in a comment on one of your videos, if I remember right.
Right. Okay.
So I don't actually have the actual game here with me, because I really enjoyed not having a hernia, so I didn't want to. But it's Gloomhaven.
Oh, of course.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I just have the expansion here with me. Gloomhaven came out of nowhere, and I remember looking at it on, was it a Kickstarter game or Game Found? I think it was Kickstarter.
Kickstarter.
Right?
I think was it one of the very first big successes of Kickstarter that like blew everyone away? That was like, oh my god, you can make $1 million or whatever using Kickstarter. And I think I feel like it was, especially for like an independent, like Isaac, is it Childress? Just sort of came out of nowhere. Like it wasn't like a Simon or a big, and he made $1 bajillion, and it was like shot to number one on the Board Game Geek and everything. Yeah. Yeah,
it just became this overnight kind of sensation. I'm like, what is this game? And as I looked at the rules, I'm like, this really seems like it's up my alley. Like it's super easy to play solo, even though it's incredibly complex, and then it's got just the legacy features, which I had never experienced before in a game. But the thought of having all those juicy little envelopes and tuck boxes and secret things in the story that you can unlock, and yeah, you're right, Kabuki Kid. Like it's priced pretty well considering what you get in that box. That is a dense box, and I have gone through the whole story. And like, I've beaten the whole story, and then I bought the game for my friend, and we're working through his campaign right now. So I've basically played it 1.5 times, and I've still not seen everything. Like, there's still at least, I think, 5 characters that I haven't experienced, and like I'm sure there's a ton of missions I haven't seen. It's just a perfect system to get your dungeon crawl fix and get your like really crunchy lore fix, and just all the cylinders are firing like really well. I think if I have one flaw in this whole thing, and it's such a superficial thing too, when you, like it sounds like the stupidest thing, but it's visually not the most exciting game. It's visually kind of drab. And again, I said this last time, we were spoiled by Marvel United, like the prettiest looking game in the world, like on the table, the colors are just like, oh my God, look at this. And Gloomhaven is very drab in that regard. And I feel like the little sort of quality of life things of like setting up the board and everything can be improved. And I feel like it's only a matter of time until somebody, whether it's them or like somebody else, but if somebody makes a game that's basically Gloomhaven, but more colorful and with a better board setup, then I think I'll be all over that. Like that would be all of the best things of this, plus all of like the improvements that it needs.
Yeah. Well, actually, I mentioned. Hold on.
And yeah, Frosthaven also like came and really improved a lot of fun stuff too.
Yeah. So when Frosthaven like announced that they were going to do books for the maps, and I don't have to piece the tiles together, I stopped playing Gloomhaven. I was like, once the book comes out, I will continue, and I will throw away all these stupid tiles.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say
it's a lot to set up.
Yeah. And that like you said, it gives you a hernia, right? You got to really like lift your legs when you get it off the shelf and stuff. But you mentioned like, oh, what if they made like a colorful version? And I don't know if you caught when I was doing my dungeon crawls. But Oko Chronicles is kind of that answer. It's oopsie, losing my helmet here. I'm losing my headphones here. It's got like a card system similar to Gloomhaven, but it's got these really bright, vibrant tiles and that sort of stuff. But it's not the answer because the card system is nowhere near as good as the Gloomhaven one. It kind of is adjacent, kind of similar, but nowhere near as involved or big and detailed and that sort of stuff. It's Gloomhaven, that card system. The way like again the characters, the way that their theme and flavor comes out in their little deck, and then as they and the way that improves and stuff.
Brilliant.
The one thing I hate about it is I can't talk to anyone about it because you don't want to spoil any of those amazing characters that you're like, you play with the first few characters, they're all really cool and amazing and stuff, but then like learning the new ones and like there's like you said, I've only I think opened 2 or 3 of the ones that aside from the starting ones or whatever, so. There's so many that I don't know about, but I really want to talk to people about the ones I do, but you can't like.
The spoiler. And there's one that's on Kickstarter right now, I think, that is vibrant and colorful, and they even went with the book map instead of the tiles. It's something the Red Dragon Inn, Tales from the Red Dragon Inn. But again, it's not quite there. It's still missing the magic that makes Gloomhaven.
Actually, I think Norlith's a big fan of that. He's made a lot of Marvel United stuff set in that world, the Red Dragon one. And there was someone in the comments of one of my recent videos jumped in and was saying how much they liked Red Dragon Inn and was saying that it's on Kickstarter and stuff at the moment. So to that person, yes, like definitely. I'm giving the shout out now, so everyone check it out. Check out that Kickstarter thing. So Red Dragon Inn sort of thing. So now that might. Hey, Nelly, did you run off and grab some Red Dragon Inn from Nor?
No, the Red Dragon Inn stuff is downstairs.
Okay. I'm also fingers crossed. Like it's not going to happen because I haven't received a. I should check my phone actually. I'm so jealous because Dan from Minis from Mars, he should be receiving his, if he's not already received his multiverse pledge today. And meanwhile, I haven't seen anything from Australia Post telling me that I've got anything on the way.
I can't believe I'm getting it before you. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, people like a whole bunch of people. So and Nelly, I think you're on East Coast, but Dave, you're currently still on West Coast, aren't you? We're holding out. Hope you get yours soon. Yeah. Have you had any?
If anyone gets one, I want to see the campaign cards for Age of Apocalypse, please.
So I'm like listening out for the door. Is there going to be like is it randomly going to turn up? I don't know. We'll see how we go. Yes, cool. I'm sort of I confused myself. I think we're up to Nelly.
So Nelly's number 1.
Oh, sorry, Dave.
I want to jump in real quick if I can, just about like the crazy storytelling within Gloomhaven. So the first crazy board game I ever bought, I bought it on eBay. It was like one of 100 copies of this game printed, supposedly. It was called City of Chaos. And I just was looking it up because I was like, I wonder if people talk about this game anymore. They're doing a new edition of it. It's like a 30-year-old board game from the UK. And they're doing a new edition of it. And like it demoed it October 1st last year. And they're going to have a Kickstarter for a new edition. This game is nuts. Honestly, it's kind of terrible. I'll be honest about that. The mechanics of the game are kind of a mess. But I mean, it's like, did you see the new He-Man game that came out? That wasn't the Cool Mini or Not one. The other one that's like, it's like a beautiful disaster. It's like someone like had a fever dream in their basement, and came up with this game, and like, it's probably awful, but like, I want it. I have to have it. I have to experience this, like, whatever the hell it is. City of Chaos was so mind-boggling. I never won this game. It doesn't tell you how to win. Like, you just start playing the game, and the city is like in chaos, and you just like kind of wander into an area, and it's like, what's this place? Oh, this is the Thieves Guild. Do you want to become a thief? Yeah, sure. I have money. I'll become a thief. And then it's like you get trained in these new abilities, and then because you're a thief, when you encounter another card, it'll be like, look at this section of the book, and it's like a choose your own adventure kind of thing. But it's bonkers. It's so wild. I remember there was a part where I found this white tower, and it's like you can't access it. And then I found something else that was like, you can try and access the white tower, roll a die and see if you can access it. And it was like, I failed. And it's like, lay down the white tower. You cannot win the game that way anymore. And I'm like, I didn't even know I could win the game that way. But it's just like, it's so nuts. It's like, it's just something to experience. And like, it's like these weird tiles that like just took up my whole floor. Like, I couldn't play it on a table. It was like this big mess on my dining room floor. Yeah, it's great. I'm so excited that it's apparently still alive. By Ravatar, the City of Chaos. Nuts.
City of Chaos.
Nuts. Okay. But yeah, moments like in a game where it's like, I never saw that coming, and like that was it. That was that game for me.
Awesome. We'll have to, so it sounds like a lot of Kickstarter stuff to check out, which is not great because we've already got DC on game, right? Yeah. So Nelly, I think is this your number one? I think we're up to.
Yeah. So I had two honorable mentions really quick that I couldn't justify putting in ahead of the other five. So I already mentioned this one earlier, but I didn't like show it. But Persona, the fan game. So if you're a fan of like the actual Persona video game series, the game is actually a lot of fun. Has a lot of like the creatures. I don't know how well this shows up in the like a lot of the creatures from the game and stuff like that you can both battle and fight or battle and capture if you're like the main character. Kabuki never even so it's quite literally it is what is the titles on here? The Persona 5 fan game, PHAN. It's made by one person. You can play as any of the characters from the Persona 5 game. You can start with any of like the personas, and it lists out like what abilities you have. If you're playing as like the main character, like in the video game, his unique ability is that he can have multiple personas. He can battle and capture the personas that he's fighting. So like a lot of the cards, like you like the stuff at the top, so like the hearts and the bullets is how you defeat them. But then if you're the main character, you can catch them and get like the abilities at the bottom.
Oh, cool.
So it's actually just a lot of fun. The other one, which I don't have something to show off on, but the other honorable mention, it's just a dumb fun game, is Mortals: Descent of the Gods, which is essentially just like a co-op like battle arena board game. It takes place like in a museum, and all of the staff members of the museum become descendants of the gods.
Cool.
That's great.
So like literally death invades the museum, and you have all of these people, like the janitor who is now who's now Zeus, like all of the like just ridiculous fun concept. But like it covers like it has people from like Greek, Norse, and Egyptian mythology. They all have fun abilities. There's a bunch of items in the game that, once again, are just kind of ridiculous because it takes place in a museum. So it's like you could get like a caution wet floor sign to use as like a bonus attack, stuff like that. But yeah, so I just wanted to give that one a shout out. But then for my number one, which builds off of Catharsis as like a dice battler, and it's been behind Meeple this whole time. But Dice Throne is going to go for my number one. I played it at PAX a couple years ago, and then they convinced me to drop like $200 on all of it. And like once again, I like games where I can pick characters, and like each character has like unique sets of abilities and interacts in the game with a unique way. So I really enjoyed how Dice Throne did that between all of their own unique characters, but then they have a Marvel expansion that added like 8 Marvel characters to it. Then they added the adventure mode that's directly behind Meeple, and then they turned it from like a dice battler into a dungeon crawler. And it was just like the way like it still plays like Dice Throne, but now it's a dungeon crawler. And then they have on Kickstarter coming out is the next wave for like the X-Men characters. But then coming along with that are the X-Men mission modes, which when I was at PAX East earlier this year, they were demoing it there. So I got to try it out. And once again, it's just crazy that like it's the same game. It still plays like Dice Throne, but like a whole new flavor with like allies now. And like almost like a United style villainous plot kind of thing. And cool. it was just really cool to see the game grow. Like, and I'm excited to see because they said that they're always working on new stuff. So I'm happy that they made like 8 or 9 new Marvel characters. But I'm also excited to see like what new original characters they release in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Dice Throne's fun.
Yeah.
Like and that artist, that Manny Tremblay, like. Boy, that stuff is great. It's like it's like Marvel United in that that big, bright, just bold cartoon style. Like it's different style, but like it's great. It's really good. And I like, as much as I love my Marvel stuff and all that sort of stuff, I think I prefer like the characters in it that are their own characters because they're all so wildly different and unique, and they do a good job, capturing the different heroes feel and that sort of thing as well. Like the monk and I love the pyro wizard, the flamey wizard. She's like
the pyrokinetic.
Yeah, she's like kind of hurts herself as she's like burning out, sort of thing and stuff. Yeah, very cool. So, yeah. All right. Well, that's good top choice too, and I like you chose that one because I could show it off.
Really, really quickly before we get to your number one, Meeple. Speaking of the games behind you, I can't remember if I've asked you this already, but I've always wanted to know, what is that giant box that's like a brown box with a green thing in the middle? What is that game?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question because...
Is that your number one?
That's my number one. And I can't get it off the shelf for you because it's very heavy. That's called the Trove Chest. And it is a ridiculous product, a ridiculous but awesome product that is for a ridiculous but awesome game made by a ridiculous but awesome company called Chip Theory Games, and they make these like really expensive but really high quality games that you can play in the bathtub, and one of them is called Too Many Bones, which is a callback to, I think you said too many, you made some sort of too many joke at the very beginning of the thing, and that's why I said, oh, well, that'll come up later, because Too Many Bones, yes, is my Chip Theory is the king of overproduction. So they and in fact they do because they basically, it's these games, all of their games basically feature these like poker chip things, right? And all the characters are like stacked on chips that are their health, and you move them around the board and stuff like that. So you don't need miniatures for it, but they've actually released these like not just plastic miniatures, but like brass cast like miniatures that are on magnets that you stick to the chips that you then put on the thing. So like these totally unnecessary things, like they've upped the overproduction to extraordinary things. But the game itself. Yeah, and the reason you can play it underwater is because everything is like on these neoprene mats. So like all the player boards are neoprene mats. The board itself, the things travel around on neoprene mats. The chips are like plastic or these like things, and I think the stickers that come on them must be like some sort of super sticker that doesn't. They're like these metal foil stickers that don't get damaged in the water or whatever. So I don't recommend chucking them in your bathtub, but you can do it apparently. Doesn't hurt something, but I just love this game. It's like such a fun game. It's like it's so asymmetric with like the way the different characters, these gear locks play. It's I almost put it on my top dungeon crawls. It would have been probably number 2 actually. Probably would have put Warhammer Quest as number 1, but it's kind of like a dungeon crawl, but not really. And it wasn't considered one on Board Game Geek, so I didn't include it in the thing. But I don't know what to call it. But it's this great system where you have these gear locks and you have these mats, and they've got like every one of them has like 20 different individual special dice, which are like represent your skills. So it's kind of like this role-playing game where you have all these stats, like your attack stat and your defense stat, your movement stat, your agility stats sort of thing. You can increase those, but then you can also learn skills by getting these dice into your pool of dice that give you different skills, and they have and every character has this big cheat sheet of how they all work and stuff. And then you play through this adventure, which is like a deck of cards, and they have this massive big deck of cards with all these different things. And they give you these like choose your own adventure style options, and you run into a bunch of baddies that are like tying up some guy, so you can decide to go in and rescue the guy, or you can let them beat up the guy so you get some advantage on them, or different things. Or like there's like a pit in the ground, so you can throw yourself into the pit to be like a bait for the monsters, or you can like cover the pit, like you do all these different things, and that will determine how the mission plays out. And you play on this grid sort of thing, and you randomly generate these different monsters that come up, and then you go in and battle them sort of thing. But depending on what the mission card that you've got is, it will completely change the thing. So one might say like you're not allowed to use any of your special skills for the whole battle if you choose option A, or option B might be you can only use your special skills, and you can't use any of your basic attacks and stuff for the game. So you got to try and work out, and then each of the monsters has their own completely different way that they break the rules and stuff. So every game, like every single like mission, you set it up, you read all your rules and stuff, and you look at each other and you're like, there is no way we're going to win. Like, how we can't win this. Look, this thing does this, and it eats our dice here, and then we've got this thing that we're doing, but you just you find a way, you play through it, and it's all about how you cleverly sort of like use your skills and use your things. And there's dice rolling in it, but like the dice rolling doesn't like I don't know, the way that the dice rolling seems to work is that you still get like big turns, and sometimes you have your misses and this and that, but it's just always really fun, and like so many big memories and moments and stuff. And I remember we had this one mission where we had a card that we allowed us to like capture enemies that we could use for later, but the problem was you could capture them, but then you had to fight them later before you encountered the boss, or you suffered some big penalty sort of thing. But if you did capture them in the meantime, you got some bonus. So we were capturing them, but we were worried about having to like deal with adding this guy, and the battles get harder and harder as you go. So we're like, oh, when are we going to put this guy in our battle, because we don't want to deal with him. But then we got this equipment card that was like a catapult, and it let you launch equipment cards at the enemy and do all this big damage. And the thing that was letting us capture bad guys was an equipment card, and you put the bad guys on the equipment card. So we're like, can we launch this thing and like send these guys flying back at them? And we were looking at each other and went, yes, we ruled that we can. So we were like, we didn't having to fight that guy later on, because we launched him at the thingy and discarded the card sort of thing. So all these like great memories, and just a lot of humor throughout the game and stuff as well, especially if you're like a gamer or like programmer and stuff. I think they have a background in that, so there's all these like in jokes with like sort of nerd culture sort of jokes, but also like programming and computer game references and stuff in amongst this fantasy sort of like jokey sort of setting and stuff. Just a lot of fun. Has a great big sprawling story over the different series of the games and stuff. But that trove chest stores it all in there. It was like this, and it was this ridiculous thing. It was like $80 or something on one of their Kickstarters. Like it's this like it's made of wood. It's like this fully crafted sort of thing.
Wow.
That thing that's sticking on it is like a magnet. That's the handle for. Oh, hold on. Okay, let me see if I can show you a little bit of this stuff here. All right, hold on.
This is where the stream ends tragically.
Okay, so you basically use this to pull the drawers out. So,
Wow.
and then like these are the different sort of characters. So you have like, although this is a weird one because he's got a deck of cards as well. So they're all really, really different. This guy is a cannibal. So he defeats his enemies and then like puts them on meat hooks and then eats them later for bonus powers and things like that. And all sorts of things. And I like this one. This one's cool. She's like a character riding a pig sort of thing. So she's got this companion thing, but she's got this thing where she like juices herself up with drugs and stuff, and she goes crazy. You can trigger this crazy mode where you flip her over, and all your dice stay in this. So you just flip the whole thing over, and the dice wherever they were on this thing then become things you can do on them, because this is now a picture of the map sort of thing. So you can do all these crazy combos and all this sort of stuff.
I'm still getting over the fact that you need a magnet to take the things out of the box.
So good. And let me see if I can. And you got all these like trove thing, like all these loot, like let's see if I can find some. Like, and they've got all these like let's see. Now I'm just searching through for one that's actually can be funny. But they've got this little mini game system as well, where like you have lock picking. You get these like super loot items, and you have to do this like lock picking sort of thing to get the big items and all that sort of stuff as well. But I'll see if I can get an example of an adventure card. Here we go. So this one here, it says something about like a wave goodbye sort of thing. So some sort of, you're traveling down a river or something in this mission, and there's some sort of big wave comes. So you can choose to either crash the wave or catch the wave sort of thing, and that will give you different things. So this one is so this one is you're escaping, you're not fighting. It'll give you some sort of like bonus or something, and then this one is you do choose to fight sort of thing. So so you have to decide what you're going to do sort of thing, and they can give you different bonuses and that sort of thing. So
that is a box, man. That is a box.
It's a great game. And then I'll show you the characters.
I've seen that thing in all his videos, and I'm just always so curious. Like I thought it was like a lock. I'm like, what could that possibly be?
We got him going.
Trying to put the magnet far away from my computer. I don't want to like fry my computer.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like this is like a character. So they've got these are all their skill dice sort of thing. So you got like the basic stat dice, which sort of go up in the top with the basic stats, and you can sort of like boost those up with those dice. But then you fill up this thing with all your. I think you put them all in to start with, and then you take them out as you sort of buy the different dice and stuff. And then as I mentioned, like all the characters are represented by these chip sort of things as well. And then the baddies have all their stats and stuff are on the chip, and then you just stack the health, how much health they have underneath the chip sort of thing, and they move around on those mats. So yeah, amazing game. It's very expensive, very pricey, because all the materials are very premium and stuff. But the gameplay, I love it. It's also very, like the rules, they're not too badly written, but like you get these cheat sheets that are just like kind of like an NFL sort of like play sheet some coach should have sort of thing, with all the different, and it's just like you have to learn this real big long complicated thing for every So if you invite your friends around and go, you want to try a different character this time, it's like, wow, that's a whole new sort of thing to learn. And they completely break the game in different ways and stuff. So but Yeah, I love it. It's a great game. My mates who watched that video we did lately with the dungeon crawls were like astounded that it wasn't on the list, sort of thing. But it's only wasn't on the list because it's technically not a dungeon crawl, but I don't know what you'd call it. It's kind of like a, I don't know if you'd even call it, like, it's not really one of those boss battlers, but it's yeah, I don't know, but it's a big fun. It's like a tactical combat sort of game, but it's against the enemy, against the game rather than like against another player. So I think it's co-op only. But yeah, Too Many Bones. It's awesome, and the reason it's called Too Many Bones is because on the dice face, like the bad die, the fail side is like a picture of a bone. But you can even use those by having this, like, every character's got their own bone track sort of thing over here, backup plan or something, and then you basically every time you roll a bad dice, you stick it in there, and then you can like build them up and cash those in for like big powerful effects. So even if you roll bad dice, you can use them. But it's called Too Many Bones because, like, oh no, I've rolled too many bones, like I've missed with all my attacks, sort of thing. So
Right.
yeah. So there you go. So good thing you asked about that one. Now I'm going to see if I can stick it back in the, the thing. Hold on.
It was like perfect timing.
Right? That's cool. Yeah, that neoprene, that adds up. I get why that would be a pricey game.
Yeah.
And then if every character is a poker chip too, that's got to be a heavy box.
And it looks like every character has like 20 dice too.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot in there, and I think the base game comes with like 4 characters, and then alongside that set there were a bunch of expand. You could just get the characters. There were about 3 or 4 characters, and then like the next, version 2 of the game had like 2 characters in it. Plus, you could get a bunch of experience. So they've built up over time. So if you don't have that box there, it comes in a bunch of different boxes, sort of thing. So you'd have a lot of space there. But one thing they've done is that they're a really good, like, yes, they make very expensive games, and there's there's that sort of plastic and all that sort of side to things you got to consider, sort of thing, good for the environment and that sort of thing. But they're a very supportive and responsive company, and they're good people in that sort of sense, and they're really communicate with the fans and that sort of stuff. And they did listen, so they've over time that they've released a version of the, like, they basically sort of like, as the game's gone on, the base set of the game and stuff, like, they've managed to sort of like squeeze it into as like tightly packed as you can, sort of size packaging, so it's not as big and wasteful sort of product and that sort of thing. So
that's cool.
So they do listen to that sort of thing, and they make a lot of other really great, just crazy concept games as well, like Cloud Spire, and there's this really cool sneaking robot one called Burn Cycle, and a whole bunch of other things and stuff as well. So they make some pretty crazy concept games and stuff, and usually pretty fun. So that is my number 1. Well, apart from Marvel United, as I don't know if you guys would put Marvel United as your top number 1. For me, it would be number 1. But, yeah. But
the real question is, when are you going to make those characters in United?
Yeah, right. Yeah, they definitely could be, because there's a lot in there, and the baddies and stuff are all pretty cool. Because there's some really cool, like, the boss baddies and stuff in there are pretty cool and stuff as well. There's actually a Goblin Queen, so I guess we've technically, we could kill 2 birds with 1 stone there. But she's actually a little Goblin Queen. She's not actually Jean Grey in a Princess Leia outfit, sort of thing. So. Yeah, that's very cool. So that's my top 1 sort of thing. So I probably should give some of my little extra honorable mentions, like just games that I have enjoyed recently over time that I want to give a shout out to, like Unsettled. Is a great sort of like space exploration, sort of like trying to survive on a crazy planet sort of thing. And I like a game called Vindication. It's a really weird sort of kind of like a Euro style game, but it's like a adventurous sort of game where you're going around adventuring, just trying to build up the story of your character, sort of thing. But it's in this very Euro puzzle cube pushing sort of one as well. So Vindication and Unsettled, I would also say, are up there. They've been amongst, but I think Too Many Bones has been current with them, so it's always been like the top 1 for those sort of things. So, yeah. All right. Well, we've Vindic. Oh, there you go. Kabuki Kid says Vindication is a cube with crazy production too. Yeah, it's actually I forget the name of the company. Kabuki will probably say it before I can remember it. Orange Space, Orange Nebula, I think. Orange Nebula are another. They sort of remind me a bit of chip theory games. They're like a very like design orientated. Like they just have really creative folks working for them, and they're quite you get the feeling they're a bunch of artists. Like they're just the way they go about making their games and stuff. They make their games like a piece of art, sort of thing. So, right. So, unless anyone else wants to highlight any more games or anything, I think we're at the time of the video. We're almost at 3 hours. So, thanks for sticking around if you're still here or if you've just joined us. Thank you. But I was going to have a little bit of a game with you guys if you guys are up for it.
Sure.
Hopefully shouldn't take too long. So, all right. So the game, I don't know if you guys have ever seen, and if you're in the comments, feel free to join in if you like. However, I'd like to ask all three of you and anyone in the comments to please show me your hands at all times, so I see no one's Googling. Okay. Only joking. I don't know if you've ever seen videos by a guy named Aussie Man Reviews. He just basically he just kind of like, it's one of those sites where it's just like compilations of videos on the internet, and he just comments on them, and he gets lots of views because he kind of like hams up the Aussie accent and like referring to everything in Aussie ways and stuff like that. But so he's become quite a big YouTuber type guy, and he tends to get to interview a lot of like movie stars and stuff when they come over to Australia, or I don't know if he's maybe set himself up over there now in the States or whatever, but he does this thing where he basically challenges folks from around the world to like guess that Aussie slang sort of thing. And I thought it'd be kind of fun to see how much you guys have been paying attention to my videos, and whether I don't know if any of these words have slipped out while I've been doing my videos, but I thought I'd challenge you guys to a round of what's that Aussie slang? What does it mean? Okay.
I've already lost.
No, I've got some varying degrees of difficulty, sort of thing. But I'll see if I can find it here. But yeah, so I don't even really have any plans. I don't really know how I'm going to run this. Maybe I'll send you a jar of Vegemite or something if you win. I don't know if we're going to keep score or whatever. I think we'll just play and you guys can see how you go. But yeah, Kabuki Kid. Kabuki Kid, good with trivia, but probably fail. Oh, you never know. We'll see how we go. All right. So some of these, you could maybe use your reasoning skills and stuff to work it out. Now, all right. So let's have a look here. All right. Well, let's start with. Okay, this is an Okay, so this one is, and some of these are not used by Australians anymore. Like they're old-fashioned and stuff. So oops, oh gosh, I don't know if you saw the look of horror on my face just then, but I almost knocked over my entire collection of board games off the edge of the table because they're like teetering in this big stack as I've been stacking things up here. So
we would have heard a lot of Australian slang.
Oh god. Okay. Sorry for coughing into the mic there. Deafening everyone. All right, so here we go. So the first one. I don't really know what I'll just go in the order. I guess I've written them down. All right, so this one is actually a kind of a more recent Aussie slang. It's one that kids started using here in Australia. So, and I believe so long ago, like it's come and gone. I think. I don't think it's used as much as as fads with kids tend to do. This one is if I were to say that what is chat? What if I were to say the word chat? And if I were to say something is chat, if I was to use it as an adjective to sort of give away the game a little bit more, is that a prize for the loser? The Vegemite. I'll give away the prize for the person who gets the least. I'll give some Vegemite for the least right. So chat. What do you guys think chat might be?
I'm gonna guess that it's sort of the equivalent of not cool, but like interesting. Like
Okay.
Oh, that history fact. That's pretty chat. I didn't know that about the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Cool. All right.
I'm gonna go with the opposite and say that
yeah.
it's like it's the equivalent of saying like this is crap or something like that.
Okay. Yeah.
Like so that's my guess.
Okay, that's chat. Okay, so I could say, those are both pretty chat guesses, and one of them would be right, if it's one of those. Okay, and Diversion, would you like to jump on board one of those answers, or
I'm gonna guess that it has something to do with Skibbity Toilet because I don't know anything about children these days, but I think they care about that.
Okay. I don't know if I should give this much detailed information away, but Skibbity, this is a tangent. Skibbity Toilet. I was running a like make your own characters thing at school as part of like the board game club and that sort of thing, and I let the kids pick their own characters. So I had some Mugman and Cuphead. Some kids had picked that. Some kids picked Obi-Wan Kenobi, stuff like that. One kid wanted to do Skibbity Toilet, and I was like, against better judgment, I agreed to help them make that character. And then, what was the character that we had out at the time when the principal walked in the room and the kids were showing off their things? It was bloody Skibbity Toilet. So I'm like, well, yep, we're doing appropriate stuff here at school. Anyway, so yeah, Skibbity Toilet. But that was a pretty cool deck of cards, actually. Skibbity Toilet. It was Marvel United Skibbity characters.
Oh, wow.
Pretty chat.
Yeah, pretty chat. So, and then Kabuki Kid is saying that that chat sounds like chatter or something mindless. So that's pretty like it's a nothing thing maybe or something like that. But we do actually have a winner this round, and that is Nelly Nell. It is actually something, and specifically like when you said it's crap, it's kind of like specific like disgusting or gross sort of thing. But I've also kind of heard it evolve into just a negative, like it's bad, it's lame, it's for losers or whatever. Like that's chat. And so there you go, Nelly. That's chat. Yeah. So Andrew, your answer was chat, mate. But yeah, this was like one of the first things I remember, like when in my early years of teaching, like kids were starting to say things were chat, and I had no idea what they were talking about. I had to like brush up on it, sort of thing. Because and I'm through researching it, it sounds like it was it came from an area called Chatswood. Some kids who lived near Chatswood were making fun of the kids who went to high school in Chatswood, so everything was like chat if they were so that's what, at least on the internet, that's what it says. I don't know if that's actually true, but it's spread to Australia wide. So there you go. Yeah, you win a delicious Vegemite sandwich, Nelly. Good it's pretty chat.
I didn't even know like Chatwood was a place. It just sounded like the equivalent of like animal droppings. So just it's crap.
All right, so this is we'll go a much easier one. I just wrote these all randomly, so this one I think you would have heard of this hopefully. But all right, what is Sheila? What would Sheila be? Does anyone know this one already? I feel like some people would know. So, Andrew, I think he's got Diversion's like he's honing in. He's coming towards it. Kabuki Kid. I don't know. I wish you could put spoilers. So, but Kabuki Kid, feel free to jump in if you think you know what it is. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like a specific woman or if it's just like a woman in general.
I think are we all on the same? I think we're all on the same page with this. Andrew, is that what you were going to say?
Yeah. And exactly the same as you, Nelly. I'm not sure if it's specifically, but I think it's just a woman in general. Like
just woman. It's like an old-fashioned sort of term. Yeah, Sheila. It's like no one actually really says it unless you're like a boomer sort of thing. So yeah.
That'd be chat.
Yeah, chat.
That's pretty chat.
If you're caught dead, so yeah. But I almost want to say that I think I've heard some people actually named Sheila as well. Like it's actually become like a name. Like some people are named Sheila, but that might be.
It's pretty common as a name over here.
Yeah,
Sheila.
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's where I've heard it. Because I've seen some media from the United States before. I have actually caught a couple of like shows and stuff from the US. Like everything we watch.
Oh, that's where I've seen it. It's Outback.
Outback. There you go. There you go. So see, some of these are going to be harder. Some of them are going to be easier. So, all right. What
Come on,
is
Dingo ate my baby. Come on.
Hey, that was a national tragedy. We don't joke. All right. What about chinwag? What is a chinwag?
Oh,
Ooh,
I
I think that's
know.
talking too much.
Okay.
Yeah,
talking too much.
I think
Okay.
it's like a conversation. Like, hey man, can we get together one night this week? Just have a chin wag.
Yeah. Nelly, what are you concurring?
I'm gonna. Oh, I'm not pointing at anybody.
That's what I keep
I'm gonna
doing,
go with
right?
Andrew.
Yeah,
I like Andrew's guess.
Chinwag sounds like having a talk, chewing the rag. Oh, I like that, Kabuki Kid. Yes, yeah, very easy. I put that in because I thought it'd be funny coming after chat. It's basically a chat, like having a discussion, having a conversation. All right, here I'll throw in a free one here, a combo. Having a combo. All right, so all right. Okay, this one I'm sure you guys will. Well, I'm sure at least one of you will have heard this. Hopefully. All right, what is a dunny? A dunny. Oh, hello to
Babul the Great. Hello.
Babul, great. Hello. Babul, we're just playing Guess That Aussie Slang. So unless you are from Australia, you're more than welcome to make some guesses. We're talking about, what did I say? It was dunny.
Can you tell us how it's spelled, or would that give it away?
Yeah. Okay. So Dunny. Oh, and Kabuki Kid knows that one. Oh, so don't look at the screen if you don't want to be spoiled. But yeah, anyone want to make a guess before looking at Kabuki's answer?
Can you use it in a sentence?
Yep. All right. Can you guys just sit tight? I've got to go to the dunny. I have to go to the dunny.
The bathroom?
It would, yeah, pretty much. Yeah. And that's Kabuki said that's the commode. Yes. So go to the loo. Sometimes we say go to the loo.
Yeah.
Go to the loo, I know.
Go to the loo. Yeah. So the dunny. Yeah. Got to go to the dunny. All right. So there's some other ones I could say, but I shouldn't really say them on this channel. All right. How about this one? What about fanging it? Well, you wouldn't say fanging it, you'd say fanging it.
Fanging it.
Fanging it. Yeah, you drop the G.
Whatever it is, I like it. Oh, did Kabuki Kid get it right?
Oh. Anyone want to make any other guesses before I?
It sounds pretty. I like that. I like that idea of like, I gotta get there fast. I'm fanging it. I'm getting there as fast as I can.
Yeah, it's totally right. Kabuki Kid is nailing it. Yeah. So fanging it is, and I think it's specifically like in a car, like like your pedal to the metal sort of thing. So there might be some. Oh, I should totally do a fanging it card for GI Joe, the Cobra vehicles. They can fang it and go really, because I got like the Cobra hiss tanks and stuff.
Yeah.
So the fanging it. That's cool. So, all right. How about this one? What is? Furiosa. Oh, there you go. If you've seen Fury Road, she says apparently Furiosa says fanging it in that. Oh, hello, Maisie. Maisie's popped in. And look, she's eating her birthday. It was her birthday yesterday, so she's.
Oh, happy belated birthday!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Maisie. All right, how about this one? Now I've got to make sure any of these are all appropriate for Maisie to be in the room for.
I really hope that there has been in the past an Australian movie about Dracula racing cars, and it's called Family. Because if not, somebody's got to make that happen.
Yeah, we got to make that. Yeah, okay. Put that in. So, well, it's a free idea then. If it hasn't been made, someone needs to jump on that. That's a good idea. Yeah. Or maybe you could make a that could be your next book series. You could set it in
Done.
Australia.
Done. Yeah.
That's just gonna be the next Fast and Furious movie.
It's the next logical step.
Yeah.
You've got to fight vampires now.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that totally about yeah. Fast the Fury. What are we up to? 9? Fanging it. All right. So let's see. And thank you, Kabuki Kid. Said happy birthday to Maisie. So there we go. Awesome. All right. So where was I? Okay. So this next one is okay. What is a Technicolor yawn? Well, now the cats are coming in. I've got a Technicolor yawn.
All of these phrases are so amazing. I love them. Is Yorn spelled Y-O-R-N?
Y-O. So Y-A-W-N, as in like.
Oh, Technicolor yawn. Okay.
Technicolor yawn.
Technicolor.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Yep.
Okay. Hmm.
What are we thinking?
I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna
Thinking
guess
like a bad TV program.
A bad TV. Okay, yeah, like okay, yeah.
The only thing I'm thinking of, and this is 100% because of like anime, is either like breath or like vomit, because like in a lot of animes, like they'll show they'll show colors coming from the mouth.
Yeah.
If a character pukes, it's usually like censored with like a rainbow. Or if it's bad breath, is like different colors coming out of the mouth to distinguish it.
Yeah. And actually, Kabuki Kid has said puke as well.
Puke as well?
Yeah. And so, any last guesses, Andrew?
I have a feeling Kabuki Kid is right. The only other thing I can think of is like a really elaborate lie.
Oh,
like, oh, that kid told a Technicolor, but that's you know, he saw right through it.
Oh, if it was yarn, I think, yeah. A Technicolor
yarn. Technicolor yarn.
Yeah. Well, I actually like Dave, yours and Andrew's answers. They like, I could see how in another like multiverse that would be one of the reasoning for those thingies. But Kabuki Kid and Nelly, you've got it. It's basically vomit. It's like just like blah. It's like Technicolor, yawn.
I can literally only picture just Ochako whenever she gets like the motion sickness from the gravity. It's just puking up rainbows.
Yeah, pretty much. I guess in this case, before anime, it was just because of all the different colored food that would be coming out. All right, let's have a look. Oh, now hold on. Before we do my next one, Kabuki Kid. No, hold on. Babble the Great. It wasn't Kabuki Kid. Babble the Great has got an air biscuit or a clacker. Now,
I feel like I've heard clacker, but I don't know in what context I've heard it.
I've heard it on Bob's Burgers.
Bob's Burgers.
And just Fluffy was the band I must have referenced Technicolor Yawn as well that Kabuki Kid was talking about as well. And then a clacker or an air biscuit is a fart. Oh, hold on. No, wait. Kabuki Kid is saying it. So I don't know if that, because I actually don't know the answer to this. So I don't know if Kabuki Kid is guessing or if Babul the Great will have to let us know, an air biscuit or a clacker. It sounds right.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds right. I was praying it was something as tame as that, because like Maisie was still in the room and I was like, so, Babul the
correct.
Great,
wow,
correct. So now is that Australian slang, or is that I've not maybe that's like a regional thing that maybe it's a Victorian thing. I haven't heard it here in Sydney, but it also might be one of those ones that's like a boomer sort of one, like Sheila and stuff like that. All right, let's have a look. All right, what about Bale? B-A-I-L, Bale.
It's the guy that plays Google. Batman, right?
First name Christian. Bale. B-A-I-L.
Well, I'm not going to say the money you pay to get out of prison because that's too easy.
No, yeah. So just different to the actual more universal thingy.
Well,
a bucket. I'm gonna go with bucket.
A bucket. Like a pail. Like
pail.
I guess like rhymes with pail, rhyming slang.
I mean, we kind of use it over here in a way to say like an escape or like a quick exit. Like this party is pretty chat. So
yeah,
I'm gonna bail.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's the same there.
Yeah, and Kabuki's saying the same thing to leave. You know, I'm bailing on this party. And yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, so there you go. Maybe it's not really much of an Australian one. It is in the list of Australian ones I looked up because I had to look up some of them.
Okay.
But
yeah.
But yeah, apparently it's more universal than Aussie. So maybe we can't claim that one. Maybe it's actually in New Zealand. A lot of the stuff Aussies claim is actually in New Zealand, like Russell Crowe and all those guys. All right. And Sam Neill, I think he's a Kiwi as well. All right, here's a good one. Again, should be pretty easy. Arvo. What does Arvo mean? And I was gonna say, Kabuki, can you give us like 5 seconds before you nail it perfectly?
Arvo.
And how is this one spelled?
Arvo. Arvo.
Arvo.
It's like a vehicle.
Yeah, that's where my mind went to like.
Okay.
Hey, hop in my Arvo. Let's go.
Arvo, like an RV.
Yeah.
Arvo. Yeah. No, not nailing. Oh, we've finally got Kabuki Kid.
Oh wow.
Arvo. What about you, Dave? Dave's thinking hard. He's got nothing. All right. Stumped me. Okay, I'll put you guys out of your misery. Arvo is afternoon, so it's like hey, can we have a chat this Arvo? So yeah, so it's usually used with like this. You sort of say it together. So later this Arvo, we've got to go get some fish and chips or something. Yeah, this Arvo. So it's afternoon.
Cool.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, I think that's the first one I've stumped you guys on. All right, so I like these ones. All right, what does yeah nah mean? Yeah, nah.
Yeah, nah. That sounds like something
no.
my students say. Yeah, like
is it like nah?
Yeah,
yeah, exactly
yeah,
right. Nah. Yeah. All right. So what does nah yeah mean? So nah yeah means yeah, and nah means no. So, but you would never just say
nah.
yeah.
I mean,
you'd just be like nah yeah, yeah nah. Hey, no, yeah. All right. That was a little quick. That was like a double header sort of one. Nah. One of my favorite shirts I had was like 2 narwhals, like in a yin yang pattern, and it said like yeah nah and nah yeah. All right. What let's go. Okay. Trachydacts.
Ooh.
What are trachydacts? the look of panic on Nelly's face.
Trachydacts. I'm looking around the room as if I'm going to see the answer.
I'm guessing it's.
There's my trachydac on the wall. It's a component.
I think it's something you use to repair something.
Oh, okay.
Like putty.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say something like in a toolkit or something.
Wild shot in the dark. It's like a clever person or like a tricky person.
I try a trachydac. Okay, trachydac. No. So this will. So
here's my guess.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Andy.
Like hors d'oeuvres, like party snacks that you just kind of serve up on a little tray. Like not a full meal, but just like here, have a couple trachydacks.
Trachydacks. Not quite. So hold on, I want to put up flip-flops. Flip-flops. That was a guess by Kabuki Kid, but no, that is not correct. So flip-flops. All right. So so trachydacts. Let's break it down to what about Dax. So I'm guessing if you can't get Tracky Dax, Dax might be pretty tricky. But Dax is a brand of ham, according to Kabuki Kid, but that you would not be wanting to wear ham, and it's something that you wear. Dax are pants, or basically trousers, and Tracky Dax are tracksuit pants. So you Tracky Dax. So you know, I'm just gonna schlub around the house today. I'm gonna put on my Tracky Dax and just like not leave the house, sort of thing. So yeah, so yeah, Tracky Dax, tracksuit pants. All right, so. There you go. See, it's educational video. All right, on to the next one. All right, my favorite, budgie smugglers. What are budgie smugglers?
Wait. Is this still family friendly?
Sort of. Yeah.
I think I know this. I'm just gonna take a wild stab in the dark and say it's pockets.
Pockets. Ah, I like it. Not pockets though. Not pockets.
I think they're underpants.
Any someone who steals underpants.
Well, Dave is correct. Specifically, the brief version of them, but they're actually, I think it's more specifically, rather than just underwear, it's the type of swimmers, like bathing gear, that is like the brief ones, like rather than the board shorts style ones. So they're budgie smugglers. Yeah, so like the little, you know, just basically look like, you know, men's, like, what are they called, briefs or whatever. So Yep.
You got it, Kabuki Kid.
Budgie smugglers. Like Speedos. Sorry. Yep. Is that tight shorts? Speedos. Yeah, Speedos. Yep. So there you go. So budgie smugglers, and for obvious metaphorical.
I was on a swim team once when I was young. No one called them that.
Budgie smugglers. And again, apparently, looking it up, it popped up. Some guys, as a joke, wrote it on the back of their swimmers or something at the beach in Bondi or something like that.
I know. Now my Google history is going to be ruined when I look up budgie.
Yeah, that's it.
But they apparently they misspelled it when they first started it, so it's actually Budgy rather than Budg. I think because Budgerigar is like Budgie, right? When you abbreviate that, a budgie. Anyway.
Yeah.
Budgie. Yeah. Anyway, so all right. What's a sanger? What would be a sanger?
A singer with an accent.
That's what I was thinking. Damn it.
This sounds like a type of place where you go eat, like a specific, like how there's like a bistro or a cafe. It's like, what do you feel like? Let's just go grab something quick from the Sangha.
like the
I'm gonna love it again. Grab something quick from the sanger.
Nelly, did you give us a guess already?
I was the singer.
Yeah, the singer, that's right, the singer. Yeah. And Kabuki Kid, I'll just give Kabuki Kid a little
past
bit longer.
tense for singer.
Budgie. Yeah. Maybe someone having conniption. Having a conniption fit. No, that would be. I almost put this one on here, but that would be like cracking the shits. Would be having a connection. So you crack the shits. Right. I would do a lot of cracking the shits in games like Twilight Imperium and stuff. if you messed with me, if you came near me in any way, I would start cracking the shits and start complaining and getting really upset. Sanger, wasn't it? So Sanger is a sandwich. So Sanger. So I'm gonna have a Sanger. Yeah, there you go. Now I've decided to chuck this one in. What's a democracy sausage?
These are all amazing band names.
Yeah, actually, wouldn't that be good? Democracy Sausage. That'd be a good punk band name, I think.
Yeah.
Democracy Sausage. Yep. I want to actually. I'm painting Spider-Punk at the moment. I want to actually write Democracy Sausage on the back of his little denim jacket. That'd be cool.
I think a democracy sausage is a legislative thing that doesn't do anything.
Oh, like the guy in the Simpsons episode. He's like, I'm an amendment to be. I'm an he's dancing on the stage.
Yeah.
I'm a democracy sausage. I'm a democracy. No, not not nowhere close. Sorry. But yes, I like it. I like it. I do like it. Actually, I think we should start using it for that. I think
Yeah.
it's pretty good. Yeah, yeah.
You believe it has
Any-
a
any-
democracy sausage?
yeah.
For starters, I'm hungry now.
Yeah.
My guess is it's a stalemate.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
That's where my mind was going too.
Sausage.
Yeah.
I love these ideas. It's so much more literal than that. It's literally a sausage sandwich. So it's like like a sausage. We call it sausage sizzle. Like you like someone stands out the front of an event or whatever and fries up sausages and they puts them on bread. Sausage sandwich sort of thing.
Oh.
But it's like an institution at elections when we go and vote here in Australia, because it's like we have to vote. It's the law. Compulsory. They tempt us in with democracy sausages. So it's actually pretty recent. It's a pretty recent sort of thing. It's popped up maybe in the last, I don't know, 10 years or whatever. But people started calling them democracy sausages because you expect to get your sausage sandwich when you're lining up waiting to go vote, sort of thing. So it's a democracy sausage, which I will say I'm very disappointed in the Caringbah area here in Australia. All the places I've voted at recently in the last few years have not put out democracy sausages, and I'm quite upset about that. They need to up their game and give us some more sausage sandwiches.
Yeah.
So.
Make a sign, be like, what is this? A dictatorship sausage?
Now, if anyone's watching from Queensland, one of the northern states here in Australia, they'd be like, what are you talking about, Meeple Monkey? It's sausage on bread, not a sausage sandwich. But if you live in New South Wales, sausage sandwich. So there you go. Or sausage sanger.
Yeah.
So let's have a look. I've lost my page here. And Kabuki Kid said a hot dog. That's close. That's close. You get a sausage. We just yes. I voted. Yeah. So we have to vote. So it's all good. Let's see. What about chock-a-block? What does chock-a-block mean?
Punch somebody?
Punch.
You're gonna chock-a-block?
Chock-a-block.
Tell somebody to leave.
Okay, chock-a-block. Hit the road.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
I feel like I've heard this one before.
Chock-a-block. I got to keep my eye on Kabuki Kid too.
I'm gonna guess it means like to get ready, like if you're getting dressed, getting ready to go out or something. Like I'm gonna chock-a-block and then we can leave.
I like it. Chock-a-block. I don't really know if it's an official spelling for this, but I would spell it CHOC, then new word and then new word BLOC. Chock-a-block.
Now I think it's like taking a drink.
I like what Kabuki Kid said. Constipation. No. It basically means full. So it means very full. So like if you go to like a venue, like you go to the bar, and it's like there's tons of people there. It's like chock-a-block. Oh man, the pub is full. Let's go down the road to the next pub. This one's chock-a-block. So or you go to the concert and it's like chock-a-block. There's like it's sold out sort of thing. So it means full.
Your democracy sausage.
Yeah, democracy.
Your chock-a-block.
All right, we just got a couple more. I did write crack the shits on here. I think I'd made a mental note not to say it out loud, but I've already said it. All right, so all right, what about Bottle-O? What is a Bottle-O? Block of chocolate.
Bottle-O is a drunk.
Oh, okay. Bottle-O is a drunk. Like a. Well, I don't know. Would you guys have the saying a wino?
Yeah.
A wino would be a drunk. Yeah.
Bottle-o. Yeah,
Beer,
I think
beer.
that makes sense.
Beer. Okay. Bottle
Oh,
of beer.
Bottle-o. Yeah,
Beer,
you know
bottle of
what?
beer.
I'm going to agree with Kabuki Kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a
Okay.
Bottle-o.
The bottle, yeah.
Yeah.
What
I'll
about
say
you,
it's like
Nelly?
a bottle opener.
Bottle opener. Oh man, you're all so close. Dave, I don't know if did I give you a chance? Did you say? I forget whether you said. Did you? Okay, that's right. Yep. It is a bottle shop, a place where you would go to buy alcohol. Bottle shop. I'm gonna go down to the Bottle-o. Hopefully, it's chock a block full of beers. so yeah. I got to drink myself stupid after the election result. All right, so all right, and last one. Last one. Okay, so last one is what does whoop whoop mean? Yeah, you guys you were real close on that last one. Yeah.
It's like really excited, like whoop whoop.
Whoop whoop whoop. Woof 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 woof.
A beating.
A beating. Woof woof. Now, Kabuki Kid
playing a whoop whoop on somebody.
Kabuki Kid sort of asked for the spelling there. I believe it's without the H's, so W-O-O-P, W-O-O-P. Two separate words.
Okay. If it's without the H's.
Oh, a sport chant.
A sports chant. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm gonna guess it's a police car.
Oh, no, the whoop whoop.
That whoop whooper's round in the corner. We gotta get
it. Oh man, the popo. Oh my god, that's amazing. We should. Oh man, I hope this video goes viral and people start using it.
I want to think a world where all of these words are incorrect guesses in that fantasy.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
In fact, you should trim this part out and make that also another video.
Yeah.
It's gonna go viral in no time.
Yeah. I like how you assume I know how to do that. All right. That's way more technical skills that I've got there. But whoop whoop is middle of nowhere. It basically means like, oh, it's out whoop whoop, like it's like that country town is like in the middle of Australia, like it's whoop whoop. So basically just means like middle of nowhere. So there you go. That's my list of Aussie slang that some Aussies use. I don't know if I definitely use a whole bunch of those, but yeah, stuff I wouldn't. I don't think I've ever said technicolor yawn. That's the sort of stuff like that was in my like dad's Aussie slang book back in the 1980s sort of thing. It's like there's a lot of this stuff that's like we wouldn't say. Actually, I've got one last one. What is fair shake of the sauce bottle? What does it mean to say fair shake of the sauce bottle?
Does that mean
a heavy
sort of
pour?
Sorry?
Like a heavy pour, like a big pour me a big drink.
It's like everybody gets equal chance.
Chance. That's where I'm going. Like we all want our slice of the pie kind of thing. We want our fair shake at the sauce bottle.
Well, the correct answer is nobody knows, because it was a saying that like our prime minister years ago, probably about 10 or probably now 20 years ago, Kevin Rudd used to sound like he was a like man of the people, like using Aussie slang and stuff like that. So he's like, he'd use these sayings like fair shake of the sauce bottle, and we're all like, what are you talking about? No one has ever said fair shake of the sauce bottle. So
he's a man of some people.
But yeah, so that's my bonus round one. So not even Australians know that very esoteric Australian slang.
Wow.
Well, thank you very much, guys. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you for putting up with my little game there. I wanted to throw that at you without warning, so you couldn't do any research. But it's I think we're hitting the like 3.5 hour mark now, so people will probably want to be getting to bed and stuff like that. Hit the sack. Do you guys say hit the sack?
Yeah.
Hit the sack. Yep. Get 40 winks. See, here's the thing. My dad is from the States, from California. So a lot of my sayings. I have like half and half, so I never know whether some of the sayings I say are Australian or American. So
Oh,
there
wow.
you go. It's time now, I believe, for us to get into the competition. So I'm going to try something. I'm going to attempt to look at the latest, just to see how many names and stuff that people have signed up for the competition. I think we had 8, and then I think during the stream co-op, Pogo co-op joined in, so that's 9. But I just want to double check and jump in. So I'm going to click on a thing. I'm hoping I will still be here and you guys will all still be visible, and I'm not shutting the stream down or anything like that. So fingers crossed. I'm just going to have a look here. Actually, you know what I can do? Hold on. I'll do this. I'll do it on my phone. That way I won't mess with anything. All right. Alrighty then. Let's refresh. Oh, yep, there we go. Good thing I checked, because there's 10 responses now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to now, so last chance to give you like 5 seconds. Anyone who's watching, if they want to click on the link in the video. I promise it's there. I know there's some folks who are having trouble finding it before. I'm not sure what was going on there, but there's, oh, Shay. I don't know how to pronounce this. Is it Shay? Shay Zubair? I don't know if it's Shia or Shay, but hey, Shay. Last second. Yeah, so yeah, if you want to join the contest, if you in this video and the last couple of videos on my channel, there's a link to a Google form. So if you go in there and add your basically fill out some of the, and you don't have to answer all of them. I think the only one you have to answer is like your favorite games or whatever. But the other ones, you just enter the competitions you want to. And if you need to enter the one about how many things are in the jar, I think I put a picture of it on the Google form, but here's the actual thing in real life. How many things are in there that can win you the Zombicide Invader. So there you go. The Kabuki
Last
Kid's
chance
in
to
there.
get a fair shake of the sauce bottle.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I think. That's what I think he was meaning it like. But no one has ever said that. So we've said it a few times now. So maybe we're putting it.
Well,
into
we're gonna make it a thing.
Yeah, it's not going to be chat. All right, so all right, I'll just okay. So Shay, now Shay. Oh yeah, Shay. Yep, got it right. Now Shay, were you planning on entering, or have you entered? Let me know if you need a bit more time, and I will hold off. Otherwise, I'll shut down the accepting responses sort of thing. What are we thinking? Anyone need me to hold off for just a little bit longer? Good luck to all the entrants, by the way. And also, I'm going to make you guys guess. I don't think any of you guys put into the competition, right? But I'm going to make you guys guess before we give away the last prize. So you got to guess the things. Already entered. Sweet. Okay. Oh, actually, you know what, Shay? I think you entered a while ago, didn't you? Yeah. So my apologies. I think that's where I remember the name. All right. So, all right. Well, in that case, I'm going to hit accepting responses. All right, not accepting responses anymore. All right, here we go. So now,
so Dan, are you going to live count out the tokens now?
Yes, 1, 2. No, you just have to believe me. I've been worried about how I'm going to do this with people believing me with the thingy, but I wrote it down in my little notebook like months ago when I got all excited.
Just make a separate video of you counting.
Yeah, that's right. I bought this jar and everything, and I had this idea for this thing because I was like, oh, I'm coming up soon to my to the milestone thing, but it was when I was at like 447 or something, and I was confusing 450 with 500. Like I was thinking, because I was going to hit the 50 mark, I was already there at 500, but it was like it took an extra like 6 months to get there, sort of thing. So anyway, so I've written it down in my little notebook, and it's in there. Oh, and I just noticed on my thing that Derek says hi. He couldn't make it, but he was saying hi, sort of thing. So
Hello,
hey Derek, and definitely guys, check out Derek's channel. Kanji Studios does some awesome gameplay, Marvel United included, but all sorts of stuff, and he's just a really top guy. So check out his stuff. All right, so I think what we'll do, let's go with we'll start with the prize for the like working with us as a homebrewer sort of thing, and getting one of your creations. Just basically getting some help with your creation if you'd like it, and as much help as you'd like. Some of the characters here I thought you guys might really like as well. So what I'm going to do now, let me see. If I go into present mode, all right, present, and I go, oh man, share screen. This might do one of those things where we like zoom into the infinity, but let's do it anyway, shall we? And then I'll
Here we
click on that.
go.
So share screen. Share screen is easier for 2 monitors. It's telling me you don't want to do this. This is a bad idea. Okay. And it works best on a good computer. Define good. All right. So I've hit the button. Oh, hold on now. Entire screen or window or tab. Microsoft Edge tab. Let's just do tab.
Yeah, so that'll
Okay.
only show that tab on
It'll
Microsoft
only
Edge.
show that tab. All right, so
Yeah.
I'm going to do that. Okay, wheel of names. That's what I need. All right, let's try that. All right. Is everybody still there? Can you all see this?
Yep.
Okay, so
Yeah.
let's do it. All right, now. Luckily, I didn't have that many people enter, so I feel like I can do this, and it's still not too unwatchable for people. I'm going to type in the thingies. All right, so I'm just going to put in some abbreviations for some of these. So one is so you guys can see this, right? One is a campaign. Someone wants to work on a campaign with me. Then Agent 13. We all get to see how slow my typing is in real speed too. Mega Man. Okay, then we've got now this one, Andrew. This one has particularly has the sound of one I think Andrew would dig. I did some research on this guy, and he sounds amazing. I'm just going to put Orgo, but his name is Orgo the Unconquerable, and he sounds amazing.
Nice.
Yeah. So definitely check him out. Now, this next one is Dark Claw from Amalgam. Now, if I were to guess, I don't know much about Amalgam, but if I were to guess, like I know that they're like a mashup of DC and
that one's the Batman Wolverine, I think.
Yes, that's what I would. Yeah, is that right? Anyone who knows about that?
That is.
Yeah. And then Solid Snake. Okay, so we'll have to have a card where you're in a cardboard box or something with that one, right? Isn't that something from that video game? You just hide in a cardboard box and sneak around. And then now this one I'm going to put Neo. This person couldn't decide, so they said Neo or a very close in theme, Marty McFly. So they really couldn't choose. So Neo or Marty McFly, and then Bug. So there's a character called in Marvel called Bug. Apparently, I wonder if they're any relation to Batmite. And then I hope I'm getting this from the right. And then X-Force Sins of the Past. They want to make a whole expansion. I'm gonna direct you Dave's way. He's good with those. So Sins of. I'm just going to say Sins of Past, so it'll fit on the wheel, hopefully. Okay. All right. So that is how many responses to that one? 9 responses. So we've got 10 responses altogether, but 9 people answered this one because I'm assuming maybe someone just doesn't really want to make a homebrew. So let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. All right. Cool. Well, I don't like how Campaign and Sins of the Past are both blue next to each other. That's going to be hard to tell. All right. Well, okay. So good luck to everybody.
You can, Dan, maybe hit shuffle.
Shuffle.
See if shuffle.
At the top. Shuffle.
Nope, blue.
Shuffle again.
Okay, never mind.
Blue. There we go. Now, whoever doesn't win is going to be like, "Oh, I would have won if I'd been in that spot." All right. So, and these are some great ideas. And even if you don't win this particular prize, feel free to reach out to the folks in the Discord, and I'm sure we'd be able to give you a hand. I noticed, Dave, you very kindly reached out to someone who was working on. I'm going blank on it, but there was something really cool someone was working on, and it was like a little. He'd made his own like
modded
versions of like Red Skull and stuff, right? Little things there, yeah. So awesome, yeah. So definitely lots of friendly folks there that can give you a hand. Raph Helios 23 is a really helpful guy. He's always on hand to give you feedback and help you out, and he's put up a lot of great resources and things for you to make stuff in Photoshop, and Dave's got a lot of great stuff in InDesign, and Martin V on the post, he jumps in and helps people out and discusses ideas and stuff as well. So, or Martin VZ, I think it is, but yeah, good stuff. All right. Anyway, that's enough of me rabbiting on. Let's do the thing. Can you guys see me as well, by the way? Like, are all your faces still on? Oh, good. All right. Sweet.
Yeah, we're on
all
the
right.
left side.
Excellent. Excellent. I was like, oh, this is, I hope I'm not making this too boring, but now I can pull all sorts of faces and stuff. All right. So, all right. So let's hit the wheel, click to spin, and good luck, everyone. See how we go. All right. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Oh, is it Dark Claw? Is he going to go across? Oh, it's Mega Man.
Mega
There we go,
Man.
Mega Man.
Mega Man,
So,
well done.
I was hoping for
Let
Dark
me-
Claw.
well, there you go. So, if you want to do Dark Claw, reach out to. Was that who said that? Was that Nelly or?
Yeah.
Nelly,
yeah. This is that thing where
So-
I can't tell the difference between Nelly and Dave when we're playing Tabletop Simulator because I can't distinguish their voices.
Yeah, we both got the deep voice.
Yeah.
So fun fact: the reason I was very hoping Mega Man wouldn't win this. I've already
Oh no!
for the Capcom United, I've already made a Mega Man.
Oh, there you go. Well, that's all right. Well, that means we can have multiple variants. That's
Yeah.
cool. Awesome. And if we're getting stuck for ideas, we'll ask you. All right, that sounds cool. So, well, excellent. I'll jump back into here and I'll leave that up for the moment because I'll go back into that in a sec. But now if I'm correct, I think that might have been you. Is that right, Shay? If I'm looking at the way that the emails are sort of listed here, I think that was Shay. So congratulations, Shay. And yeah, very close, Dark Claw. I'm just glad it wasn't between the two blue ones, and so it was like, did that really go across, or did that not? Sort of thing. But yeah, okay, Mega Man. So, all right, awesome. Sounds like there's going to be multiple. It's a bit like Marvel vs. Capcom, right? You were mentioning Nelly that yourself and folk and Norlith are working with Televangelist, and you guys are sort of doing some stuff. And I know that Norlith kind of already had his own Marvel vs. Capcom thing there too. So I was actually thinking about that. Actually, if you want. Because we've got that Marvel vs. Capcom page set up on the wiki page as well. So if you guys wanted to stick your stuff in there, or I could pull my like Street Fighter stuff out of that one, and you guys could then have that as a page to find easily on the thing. But yeah, we can discuss that later. Sort of
Yeah,
thing
we
about
can wait
how
just to make sure it
work.
actually goes through.
Yeah. But yeah, just that might make it a bit easier to navigate for people if there's like multiple things going on. But I guess it wouldn't really be multiple if Nor's working on it, because it really was originally Nor working on
It's more
Marvel vs. Capcom sort
at
of
least
thing.
from what I understand, it's like it's more just specific on like Capcom as a franchise, not specifically
Right.
like, Marvel
Marvel
versus Capcom.
Right. So it's a different thing. Got it.
It's like kind of hammering down. I guess some spoilers without going too in depth. Like it's we've been really focused on kind of nailing like the mechanics from those games. So like we were talking from like Devil May Cry, what's the best way to represent like Devil Trigger?
Yeah.
For like I like Nora's been doing most of like the Monster Hunter and Devil May Cry stuff. I worked on so far with Mega Man, we taking advantage of like the equipment decks. So like the version that we have, at least in the current draft, subject to change, he has like a special equipment deck that you get one of the equipment cards every time you defeat a henchman.
Okay.
To kind of show like the Mega Man gaining powers as he beats he beats bosses.
Excellent. Okay.
And then like with Street Fighter, we have like button inputs.
Yeah. Cool. Okay.
So like with like, God, I have a folder for it, but like so like Ryu and I think Ryu and Chun-Li Ryu, Chun-Li, and Cammy were the two we were looking at, or the three we were looking at. But they have like for Ryu has like a starting hand card for the Hadouken. And it's just whenever you perform a move and a punch in that order to represent the button input, you perform an additional punch in an adjacent location.
Right. Cool.
So just like stuff like that, like Shoryuken was like anytime you do like a star in a punch, You can perform like basically just things that would trigger from certain combinations to represent button inputs.
Oh, that's cool. Awesome. Well, so that's going to be really cool too. Like exploring maybe a different avenue, seeing what Shay's come up with, because Shay just mentioned that they had ideas as well. And they've had these kicking around for a while, sort of thing. So yeah, that'll be cool. That'll be good. And Dice It Up. Hey, Len from Dice It Up Gaming has said Mega Man would be interesting how the different suits would work. Yeah, excellent. So, all right. Well, sounds like we've got, and that's the thing. If I'm useless helping Shay here, I'm sure there'll be lots of you guys can help out with good ideas and stuff. Because here's a sorry, Shay. Here's a thing. I've not played Mega Man like ever, so I have no idea about Mega Man. But I'm happy to do the research like Dave does.
You should fix that on stream.
On stream. So like play it. I should dive into a whole world of video gaming and stuff. I'd have to get a Twitch channel for video gaming, wouldn't I? And I think that's Martin has said the button input idea is great too. It's pretty good.
MVC, that sounds like a more. I'm guessing that's Martin.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's
but
Martin.
I think it's a pretty good idea, but I don't think it's anywhere as good as any of the Street Fighter characters I've made, and no one should play any of the ones you guys come up with. Just go if you want to print out some Marvel Street Fighter characters, just print out my ones, okay? Don't worry about these other ones; they're pretty good. Only joking. No, I'm actually really looking forward to seeing that. That'd be really cool. Especially,
I'm hoping it comes. I mean, if it doesn't, I'll release whatever I worked on. I have a separate Google Drive folder for it. But no, it's been fun just kind of like brainstorming all the ideas, which I guess for literally everybody here, like if you're into United, I strongly recommend checking out the Discord. Strongly recommend checking out the Danger Room, which is the Homebrew section of the Discord. And it's literally where you can find the majority of us, and we're just literally all just there having a blast, making stuff, sharing it. So.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I accidentally pressed on the wrong button there and was showing the screen where people like the actual Google form, and I'm glad it didn't have any of the emails up, because I would have been like, oh no, I've shown people's emails on the screen. So luckily that didn't happen. So thank goodness. I'm going to click on the right screen now. So so that's very exciting. Sounds pretty cool. So looking forward to that, Shay. Apologies if anyone's making comments. Feel free, guys, to chat to the people making comments here, because I can't see that screen at the moment. But I'm going to now take these out, and I'm going to put in. So this is the next competition, and so I'm assuming you guys can see me, so I'm going to hold this up. This is for a brand new in-shrink version of Spider-Geddon. I know probably a lot of people already have this already, but for those of you, especially in parts of the world where this wasn't as available, hopefully this will be helpful for you. And as always, I'll send these out free posting and all that sort of stuff, so don't ever click on anything saying, hey, this is the Maple Monkey, you got to pay me money for shipping or whatever. Like, that won't be me, that'll be someone scamming. All right, so what am I looking for here? So this is the one about what arcs or what's let's have a look here. Responses. Now what have I done here? Summary. This is what I need. All right, so this was to win Spider-Geddon, you needed to say what was like a storyline you wanted to see adapted. So let's add these in. So I'm just going to say Agent of Asgard, just as because this person said Loki, Agent of Asgard. I think this I probably shouldn't give it away on screen who said what sort of thing, but I think one of you who's watching this in the comments there, this was your idea. So Agent of Asgard. Okay, Agent of Asgard. There we go. Then we have and it looks like some cool ideas in there, like Mephisto and Angela, Sigurd, Midgard, Serpent, all that sort of stuff. That sounds cool. Then we have Superman versus Spider-Man, or the Amazing Spider-Man. So I'm just going to say Superman v Spider-Man. That one sounds like maybe Andrew might be interested in that one. That sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. Then we've got No Man's Land. No Man's Land. I won't worry about the apostrophe. No Man's Land. Bat Family with So that's something to do with bat. Is it like a bat saga sort of thing? Maybe like Hush or something. Like I've discovered that there's these like bat stories that have special names or whatever. I'm just making up stuff now. Sinister Syndicate. That sounds cool. Has that got Mr. Sinister in it, or is it like? Oh no, maybe it's like the Sinister Six or something. Sinister Syndicate. Syndicate.
Don't forget to add
here?
the Bat Family one, or the Bat Saga one, or whatever it was
Oh,
called.
that one. So No Man's Land. That was one entry. So it says No Man's Land with the Bat Family minis new mechanics. So I don't know what that means, but it sounds cool. I like the cut of that person's jib. All right, so Silver Sable, Beetle, Hydro Man, Speed Demon, Boomerang, Jack-O-Lantern, and Prowler. That's the Sinister Syndicate. So there you go. Then we've got Avengers versus X-Men. Avengers v X-Men. Okay. Sounds cool. Injustice. That's a classic. I've heard of that. Injustice. Okay. Then we have now. Is this the last one? So just read Blood Hunt, all right, and love those characters. So Blood Hunt. Don't know what that refers to. Don't know if it's DC or Marvel or something else, but that's cool. Thank you for sharing. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 responses. Let me just make sure that's correct. Yep, 7 responses. So 7 people entered the draw for this one. Good luck to everyone. We don't have any weird color combos there, so that's looking good. Just double checking, that is 7. Yep. All right. So good luck to everyone. So this is for Marvel United, Spider-Geddon, Spider. All right. So there we go. Here we go.
All right. Come on, Syndicate.
Here we go. We've got some fan favorites. Ooh, it's going to be Injustice. All right. Hey. Now, just to be clear, this was not one we were promising to make this for you. This was just like, what was your favorite thing, so I could put your answer in the thing for winning a prize. But so let me see if I can work out who that was. If it was someone in the thing, say hooray in the comments. But let me see. So that was Injustice. There's a way I can do this where I think I can go up into the individual. Here we go. So who was, who said that? Who said Injustice? Was it? Here we go. So it was this person, and that was no, hold on. What are they? So I'm gonna say, oh, well, that's weird. I don't actually know who this is. So, but congratulations to that person, because the thing up the top is showing a different email to the email that's showing in the thingy. So I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it online in case I get it wrong or whatever. And I didn't want to say the email anyway. I just wanted to say like the basic handle or whatever. But if you said Injustice, hold on. Okay. Now I think I can shut that down too, because the next one is going to be. Oh no, I probably should show people's guesses, I guess, to prove that like they were the one who got it right. But yeah, Injustice. Hopefully that is that someone in the? Is anyone saying hooray? No one's saying hooray.
I don't think so. No.
No. All right. Well, if you watch this later on, whoever you are, because there's 2 different emails that popped up. Sort of, I think there's a. So I'm not sure which one it is, sort of thing. So I don't want to say the wrong one and get someone's hopes up, sort of thing. But congratulations. You have a copy. I'll reach out via email and send that on your way. So yes, there we go. Which means we're up to our final thingy. So now let's just make sure. How am I going to do this? Actually, I don't want to accidentally show anyone's emails. So what I might do.
So stop the share screen first. And
Shut this. Yeah, let's do that. So how do I? Where am I? Stop screen. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Aha. So just let me know if I do this. Can you guys still see me and see yourselves? Good.
Yeah.
All right. So now I can go in here. Thank you guys for helping me with this. It's like Maple Monkey's brain's turning very slowly, trying to work out how to do these things. So I'll click on this, just making sure. Yeah. So if I put this here, now that's all. So all 10 people did vote for this one. It looks like 10 responses. I got 10. Yes. Okay. Oh, hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh yeah, and then 10. Now I've got to look because this changed as it went. Okay, so all right. So before we go any further, all right, this is our jar. I've got all the people who have put their votes in and that sort of thing. Do you guys want to make a guess? I won't give anything away. I'll be like the ghost in Mysterium. I won't give anything away. I'll be like Poker Face. If you want to guess how many are in here. How many tokens?
2.
How many? At least 2. I like it. That is a safe guess, especially if you don't want to go over, right? Because the trick is you don't go over.
So I'm gonna take a guess. I doubt this is what you did, but I'm gonna take a guess that you didn't randomly put them in. And to celebrate 500 subscribers, there's 500 in there.
Ah. So you're gonna say 500? Okay.
I feel like I'm way over, but it's a fun guess, so let's keep it.
I'm gonna say I feel like initially you wanted to do that. I think initially you wanted to put 500 in there, but I don't think it ended up being plausible. So I think you went with half of that. I think you went with 250.
Okay. All right, Dave.
Well, I'm a math dork, and
I was going to say, have you done that thing where you've you've put an overlay of grids over the top and you've like worked out?
Count the pixels.
No. So one of my favorite little math things is perfect numbers, which are numbers that their factors add up to that number. So 496 is the third perfect number. So I will go with that. Okay, I'll undercut Nell by just a little bit.
All right. Yes, right. So 500, 250-ish, yep, and then 496. All right. Well, let's nerd, yeah. And nerd, and who Dice It Up Gaming is saying 385. Okay. +1 for Matt. +1 for Matt Dogs.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, so and hello to Shauna. I don't know if I've greeted Shauna, but welcome. So let's have a look here. So all right, so if I put this here, that's not showing off anyone's thingies. All right, and I believe this person okay, I believe that person was yeah, that makes sense. That's who I remember it being. All right, good. All right, so I think this is right. I hope I'm announcing the right person. Okay, so yep. All right, so I'll leave that there. It won't show off any other thingies. Let's go back to sharing the thing. Share screen. Is it going to give me? It's giving me that warning again. It's like, we don't think you can handle this. You stuffed it up last time. All right, so all right. Okay, and I want to share just this one. All right, hopefully this shares the right one. Okay, yes, okay, share. Okay, so you guys can see our entries here. Okay, so we had a 499. Oh, that would have
if that 499 wins,
yeah. They might have got so 420, 437, 383, 802, a big jump there, then back down to 325, then a massive jump, 1,400, so 1,400, and we've got 454, 192, low ball in it there, and then 208. Okay, so that was 10 responses. Okay, and the correct answer. Where's my little Meeple Monkey notebook where I make notes about things? What I do with it? Because I want to prove. I mean, this doesn't necessarily prove anything, but I do have it written down here somewhere. All right, so are we ready? This was so this thing was deceptive, right? Okay. No, I didn't have any. You're giving me way too much credit having a great idea about putting 500 in here. So it wasn't 500. And I had to keep reaching in and putting more and more and stuff in. So the answer was, so I had, I don't know, can you guys see that? I had, I don't know if I'm showing that properly. So I had 625, and then I kept adding more and more and more and more. And then I got down to 822, and then I added another 30 because it still wasn't full. And that gave me a grand total of 852.
Wow.
That's how many of these tokens. I'm just going to quickly go back here. 852 of these tokens.
So 802.
So 802 was the closest without going over.
Nice.
So that person that said 1400 just jumped a bit too far over the. It's like when I play like Master Putt Challenge, you know, and you're like, hold down the mouse too long. Oh, I've yeeted the golf ball too far. What was that Simpsons thing about the something putting challenge or something?
Yeah, the Lee Carvalho putting challenge.
Yeah, Lee Carvalho. Would you like to play again? You guys selected? No. I laughed at that because one of the very first video games my dad bought me was that. I think he bought it for himself, really. Back on the old Amiga 500. All right. So, so now I hope I'm getting this right. I believe that was Jason Jarvis, I think, if I'm getting that right. So I don't want to share. I forgot, you know what I normally do is I ask people to, like, one of the questions is what handle do you want to go by for when announcing your name? So I forgot to put that in. So all I've got to go by is the emails, and I don't want to share those. So, yeah, Jason Jarvis, I believe. So congratulations, 802. I hope that's the right name. But anyway, if you wrote 802 and that's you, I will get back to you. And yeah, 852. Not only that, but I don't know if you can kind of see this, but there's like room to move in there. Like that's not, it's not quite full. I couldn't believe it. It's like, it's one of those things I was putting him in and going, oh, chill. And then I was just like, and it was like this full, you know, like I was like, oh man, okay, more. So I had to go digging into other sets and stuff to find pieces and stuff. Because originally I thought I was just going to fill it with the Marvel United, like pieces and stuff. And saw it on stream. I'll go through one by one, prove it. Like what? but yeah, what do they call it? Scouts Honor or whatever. Yeah, there were 852 in that thingy. So yeah. So that's yeah, Paul is in the parking lot.
So when you reach 852 subscribers, you got to do this content.
Oh, there you go. 852. Yeah. Do I get monetized then? I don't know if I get monetized. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, I'm waiting for that YouTube big cigar money to come in now that I've hit 500. So I'm gonna buy myself a smoking jacket and a nice comfy chair and stuff. Sit by the fire with my money. But yeah, congratulations. Oh no, I didn't even show that off. Sorry guys. And sorry Jason. Didn't make that very exciting for you. Oh gosh. Precarious piles of board games. Yeah, so this will be winging its way towards you. This is Zombicide, brand new and shrink. You can see it's all shiny there. Zombicide Dark Side, which is a version of Invader. I think it's meant to be slightly trickier, like scarier baddies, but you get like beefier heroes and that sort of thing. And it's totally interchangeable, I think, with regular Invader too. So congratulations. So well done. And see you later, Martin. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, there's Jason. So I thought I had gone on a low number. So okay, so it was you, Jason. There we go. Apologies if you were like saying hooray and the thing, and I didn't and I didn't see it. But yeah, great stuff. Well, thank you all for entering the competition, and And but more than that, thank you everyone for supporting the channel. It's such a dodgy little cut rate channel with my dodgy setup and that sort of stuff, but I'm glad that I'm creating a bit of enjoyment for folks out there, and who are enjoying the stuff, and whether it's you just enjoy the Marvel United stuff, or whether you discovered it through the unboxings and liked a particular game or this or that and decided to hit subscribe or whatever it might be. Thank you very much for all the views and all the engagement and the comments and that sort of stuff as well. I know I don't really do a lot of live streams, so I'm really thankful for those folks who are still and you guys who join me here as well, and those guys in the comments as well, for creating a bit of a community as well. I don't really have a what do we call it, like a Discord or a Patreon or a like a I guess I've got my, and I did forget, I apologies, I didn't give a shout out at the beginning and thank all the guys in the Facebook what did I call it, the Maple Monkey community Facebook page or something. I can never remember what I called it. I don't know what I'm like, the Facebook thing. But thank you to all those guys, Jiro and Len, and you guys as well in there, and it's just nice to have a little community there to chat and share pictures of painted minis and stuff like that. Dan, who's in there, where we mentioned before, hopefully he's unwrapping his Marvel United Season 3 stuff soon, and maybe will show us some pictures and things like that as well. And so monkeys like peanuts. There we go. So and Len is saying, Len from the Maple Monkey community Facebook page. I always think of that show Community. It's not I shouldn't say that. It is as fun as that show.
No matter what format you're in, we cover up Nelly.
See you, Nelly. Yeet. All right. What if I do this? What if I stop doing that? Yeah. Off to whoop whoop. Let me stop. There we go. There we go. Yes, excellent. So actually, that's one of my favorite new sayings, is that yeet, and wherever that's come from, mate. I love using that. Yeet.
I'm gonna start using Tracky Dax from now on.
Tracky Dax, yeah, Tracky Dax. Democracy sausage. Just be careful. Just be careful who you say democracy sausage to. You might get you might get in trouble if you if you use it in the lift. You're alone in the lift with someone or something like that. It's like a democracy sausage. All right, so. Whoopsie. So yeah, thank you to everyone. Thanks for those folks joining in the chat and joining in. Thanks Kabuki Kid for helping us out with the Aussie slang competition. And was it Babul the Great?
Yeah,
I forget that. He was helping us out with that as well. So yeah, been a lot of fun, and just I hope I can continue to make fun content for you guys. I wish I could do be a bigger channel and be better at using computers and stuff and make more polished things for you and that sort of stuff. But hopefully you guys are just enjoying the stuff I'm able to come up with in the playthroughs. I try to just like make the playthroughs as just game centered as possible, and just let you guys enjoy the gameplay and try and share my thoughts, so you can sort of like share what I'm thinking and agree or disagree with me and shout at the screen like, that's an idiot idea, don't do that, go in the other direction or whatever. But yeah, hopefully even though it doesn't have all the bells and whistles and stuff, hopefully it's still watchable and that sort of thing. So yeah, and I highly recommend you guys meet up, get together and play a big game of Twilight Imperium over there at some point. Plan a weekend getaway or something and meet up in some central location. That'd be really cool. But because
we'll all be Eastern time zone, right? No,
that's right.
Yeah, I think so.
We can all go to PAX East, which totally isn't just like up the street from me.
Oh, there you go.
Perfect.
Actually, shout out to Len from Dice It Up Gaming. He, I think he's going to. There's a con here. I had no idea about it, but he's going to a con called, I think, PlayCon in Sydney, and it's actually quite a big deal. There's some like board game designers, like that I've heard of. I think that Phil Walker Harding and a bunch of big names and stuff like that going along and stuff like that. So I think the guys from Garfield Games, that make the South Sea and the North Sea and the South Tigris and all that sort of those sorts of things. So PAX Air, New Jersey, yeah. Well, what's this say? Me for Monkey meetup. Everyone goes but Dan, yeah. Oh. Yeah, you guys have to come out to Oz and we'll put you up.
I've seen the spiders you guys have. I refuse.
Yeah.
We'll all just come with like swords and maces just in case any spiders show up.
I was gonna say something political then, but I better not. Yeah. I don't want to lose half my subscribers, but
we get to do a 500 video again.
The drop bears. See, I told you drop bears exist. Yeah, they're terrifying. The drop bears. Yeah. You don't want any drop bears. But what is it? Fear the drop bears. There we go. And then but seriously though, big thank you to everyone, and thank you guys for putting up 4 hours. It must be like what, 2 a.m. or something now, or something.
Almost 1:30.
Oh God, I'm so sorry.
I knew what I was signing up for.
This guy rambles way too long. His gameplay videos go for 2.5 hours. So, but all the best, and I will try and keep making content that hopefully you guys can enjoy. I enjoy sort of getting to show off now some of those the top 5s and things like that. So I'll try and do some more of those. They're pretty intensive. I take my hat off to YouTubers who do it professionally and stuff. They take a lot to sort of put together and stuff. But I'll try and do some more of those. But mainly, I just want to get get you guys down to the table and show off lots of gaming and that sort of stuff. And with Marvel United Season 3 coming along, definitely want to show off a lot of that, and I want to show off all the great work you guys are doing with your homebrew. I just wish I could. I feel bad because there's folks like Martin and Nor and stuff like that, and even Raph these days. Like I just am not getting their stuff, your stuff to the table as much, sort of thing. So if I can't show everything off, I at least want to sort of point people in the direction of the Marvel United Wiki, which is a great thing that Dave, you've sort of helped grow and build up and that sort of stuff. And just definitely want to check that out. And very happy to keep doing events like these and things like that, just chats. And Andrew, it's been so much fun, like hanging out with you on different streams and stuff like that as well, and getting to come over to your channel and that's as well. So it's been really great, sort of getting to know you guys. And we're on different corners of the earth and stuff, but I feel like you guys have become good mates and stuff. So thank you very much. So, and hopefully we can do it again soon. Just bail from those summer camps, Andrew, and we'll do some more content soon.
Right. I wish.
That's right. Yeah. Anyway, well, thank you guys. Before we go, I guess we've sort of had a bit of a talk about what you guys are working on, but is there anything you guys wanted to say? If we go around, any last shout outs or anything like that, Dave?
One thing I forgot to mention was the Sentinel project is another thing I worked on.
Yes.
That's what I'm currently getting art for. So I'm waiting on my master mold and Sentinel 3 art, and then I will update that. And then I'm probably going to end up changing the animated series campaign to use that. So that'll get changed again.
No. Awesome. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, definitely check out Dave's stuff. But wait till he says he's finished though, because all good. Cool. Andrew, what about yourself? Anything else you wanted to plug or shout out to?
The only last shout out I want to make is to you and your channel. Congrats on 500.
Oh, thank you.
That's so awesome. Thank you for having us. And I mean, I really hope that before July ends, there's a big unboxing video in your future.
Oh man, yeah. Let me check my phone.
it would be such a beautiful full circle thing, because I first discovered you because of your unboxing of X-Men United.
Oh, okay.
And then leading to me meeting you guys and everybody in the chat. Yeah. So I can't wait for that to come full circle and to have that multiverse unboxing. It's gonna be epic.
I can't tell you how I'm trying. Like this is evil Dan coming out. I can't tell you how like crazy jealous I am. Like with like, because that was the thing. I was so amazed. I think back in the day, I might have been, according to like some people that commented and stuff, the first English language like content anywhere that unboxed Marvel United. Like Australia got it early, and I think it maybe wasn't as big, and so like my little channel with the thingies was the first one sort of thing.
That's
And
cool.
so I just in my head I had these ideas of like, oh yeah, it's going to arrive and Australia will get it early, and I'll get to be like the premier guy again, sort of thing. And then man, all those ones started flooding in from like China and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, they're already showing it. And it's like, oh, everyone's showing every single card, photo by photo, flooding the Fanatics pages and stuff. I'm like, oh, and like, oh, okay, everywhere in Asia's got it now, except for poor old Japan. And oh man, like even the West Coast US are getting it. It's like, do I like? Should I even make an unboxing? Like is anyone going to watch it anymore? Like, but I'll make it for you guys if you want me to. So because
I've been holding off looking at the other ones. I'm just like, I'm gonna wait.
So
we need
but,
the premium meeple experience.
Yeah, that's right. But seriously, congrats to all those people getting. I hope you guys are really enjoying it and stuff, and I don't hate you at all. But Nelly, would you like to say any last shout outs as well?
Thank you so much for having me. For those who just showed up, I'm Nelly. I invade people's YouTube channels. I need to find a way onto Andrew's next.
Yeah, for sure.
but yeah, check out. Meeple has posted several videos of like him playing through my stuff, including recently where he played against Toga from My Hero Academia.
Yeah,
so close. She beat you with 1 health left. Spoiler.
Yeah.
And then see soon for my my battle trial thing, which can I actually do this. Hold on. I don't know if this will let me do it. Can I do this? Select.
Maybe you can add the slide or something similar to what Dave did.
You should be able to share your screen too.
Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, excellent.
So
if I add to, there we go.
So that's just it's obviously subject to change, but yeah, so you'll be able to take any 2 people from the entire Class 1A roster and face them as replaying the battle trial arc from the like season 1, where like they're guarding the bomb. You can either defeat the 2 villains, aka capture the 2 villains, or defuse the bomb. However, they will constantly be guarding said bomb, so you got to find a way to either take out the guard and defuse the bomb, or sneak in when they leave the bomb unguarded. But it's been a lot of fun, and then each member of Class 1A will have their own card that'll have like what they do when they bam and what happens if somebody gets KO'd. It's been a lot of fun to build. It's been a lot of fun to test. So
sweet.
Yeah, awesome. That's so good. And I highly recommend the Nelly's previous like big mode in that game. The entrance exam is like a very different way to play Marvel United, but I found it really fun, really cool. So definitely check that out. Hold on. Wait. I could probably show it off. Let's have a look. Yes. Okay. So entrance exam. There we go. So this, you put it out. He's got little rules for it and stuff as well, and then you put these out in place of the mission. So you always have like a row of 3 of these you can be going for, sort of thing. So you got like and they kind of act as like little event things, don't they, Nelly? When they get revealed, and then like you clear them and score them, and essentially they're worth different amounts of like points or marks in the exam, and you're trying to sort of reach like that's a special one actually. You're trying to reach like a certain score before the game ends, because the villain is still going around almost representing like a robotized like a villain attack sort of thing. So the villain's going around doing their thing, but you can't actually do anything to necessarily defeat the villain as such. You win by completing those missions whilst the villain's running around wreaking havoc and stuff.
Yeah, it's basically to
very, very
get
fun.
to the required score, which I believe ended up being 100. Get to the score before the villain wins, either by decking out or through their normal means of victory.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that was a lot of fun to make, and that was
Yeah,
my furthest like journey from the normal rules. So I'm glad it turned out enjoyable.
Yeah. And for our last Aussie slang, oh no, hold on. Robotized. So we heard it here first, folks. Awesome. Well, thank you guys. Thanks very much. And thanks to everyone in the chat. Thanks to folks who watch this later and don't fall asleep because it's like 4.5 hours long. But it's been a lot of fun, and I hope to see you guys in future videos and stuff like that. So I will say goodbye, and we'll go. So Meep Monkey out. See you guys. Bye.
Bye.